Come on up. Good morning. Could I please have the speakers for this morning's session to come up here quickly? I think Dr. Mahali at the end, and I think if we move one down, yeah. So at the last, but you're closing it. Yes. Good morning. Better than that. Good morning. You were all boogieing last night. I know that's why you don't have energy. You always have energy, Linda Laura. I'm Irene Natividad. I'm president of the Global Summit of Women, which is a 35-year-old business economic forum for women that will be taking place in Berlin July 3 to 5, so please come and join us. I have to tell you, all the speakers yesterday gave me energy and fuel to fight what we need to do for women's rights, which is what everyone's been doing all these many years. But I don't want us to be naive about the context of backlash and rollbacks to which we're going back to. When we're here, it's wonderful to have that spirit of can-do. But there's a lot going against us. There's a rightward move in many countries of the world, including my country, the United States. It didn't begin there. It began far earlier. But given the spread of U.S. economy, it is spilling over to other countries. Just so you understand, in my country, the United States, we lost reproductive rights by none other than the Supreme Court saying so, which we had for 50 years. And for women, the right to control your own body is an economic right. It enabled us to participate in the public life of our countries. We also lost, thanks again to the Supreme Court, a principle called affirmative action, which enabled women and people of color to enter any profession, any educational discipline, any institution. And that's been taken away as well. And now with the ban on diversity, equity, and inclusion, words we cannot say anymore, that has created chaos in the recruitment of all people at the margins, and women are still at the margins, in every institution in my country. And that's spilling over to other countries. I heard that the U.S. Embassy in France, in Spain, in Germany, has been asking companies in those countries that have operations in the U.S., what are your diversity policies? When you're in our country, we don't believe in that. So I just wanted to spell out for you, given that the U.S. economic power spreads to many countries, that this rollback is going over to other borders. So, you know, yesterday we had a speaker who said masculinity is synonymous with power. That's exactly what it's about, control. And it is interesting, and I mentioned this to our UN Women rep, that is happening, that overt masculinity, which is being emphasized now, that has come with the birth of something called natalism. And do you know what it is? I didn't know what it was until I read about it in the New York Times. It is, Elon Musk said it well. He said, the human race is headed towards extinction, so we need more babies. And it's apparently a large movement. So President Trump has said he will give $5,000 for every new child that is born. And in Poland, in the prior administration, each woman got additional subsidy for every child. And if you had 4 children, that was more money than you would earn by working outside the home. So many of them quit, which is exactly what was wanted, okay? So there, if you go back in time, Mussolini gave subsidies to mothers, especially who gave birth to boys, because he wanted more warriors. So the rightward tilt has a lot to do with going back to a traditional concept of what our role is, okay? It's all about power. So it's a backwards move, which runs contrary to what all of you have been working towards all these many years. But we need to remember that for too long, women have suffered whisker burns from the lip service that men have paid to the sharing of power. No one ever gives away power, so we have got to grab it for ourselves. And we have to be vigilant. We think laws that we would like to propose are permanent. They are not. I always say women are aliens, are immigrants to the workforce. It is a culture that's not ours. The language is not ours. The structure isn't ours. So we try to fit, which is why I love women's entrepreneurship, because you're creating your own work world. So that is one of the focus of this W20, and I'm just delighted. So thank you for being here this morning. We have, to kick us off, a stellar group of presenters from government, from business, from the academic world. Shall I say academic for both 2 economists, and I'm really proud about that, who will all give us tools, equipment in terms of data, in terms of purpose, in terms of vision, as to how we can move forward. So we have to begin this morning. We are delighted to begin with the Deputy Director General of the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons. Will you please give a hand to Ms. Wilhelmina Zabalala.
Program Director, the leadership of W20, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning. With the opening remarks, if we were in a rally of some sort, we were going to sing a song that says, Leli lizwe elamakhosikazi, asoze aphela amandla, which simply means we will continue to play that advocacy role. We will push back. We will fight so that at the end of the day, our voices are heard and we are also recognized. I know it's not easy. We are beginning to get a sense that even the employment equity back here at home is being questioned, the affirmative action issues. You're not alone, but let's keep pushing. We are all aware that South Africa assumed its G20 presidency on December the 1st, and I'm going to give you a feedback on the work that we are doing as a Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities in relation to G20 matters. This was now in December 2024, and that marked its first time in this role since joining the G20. Based on its presidency role, South Africa seeks to address 3 strategic priorities under its government of national unity. Number 1, it's drive inclusive growth and job creation. Number 2, reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And the third one is build a capable, ethical and developmental state. Noting that South Africa has adopted the theme solidarity, equality and sustainability for its G20 presidency. Now there are 3 priorities arising from the working group that we have now been pursuing. The first one is financial inclusion. Obviously, it's about development of inclusive financial systems to enhance women's access to financial services, credit, entrepreneurial resources, care economy, recognizing and valuing paid and unpaid care work, and addressing household responsibilities that disproportionately affect women. And the last one is gender-based violence and femicide, which is about addressing these issues as barriers to women's economic empowerment. Our starting point was on the conference, which focused on financial inclusion. The conference was held from the 6th to the 7th of May at Sun City Resort in South Africa in the Northwest Province. It was organized under South Africa's G20 presidency. This landmark event brought together global policymakers, researchers, entrepreneurs, youth leaders to address systemic barriers to women's financial inclusion and economic participation. The Financial Inclusion Global Conference was actually put together as a side event of the broader G20 Empowerment of Women Working Group. The idea is to ensure broader participation and conversation at global level and national level. The role of academia was critical in that space. There were various panel discussions, and one of the key ones that was very outstanding for us, it focused on the social barriers to attaining financial inclusion. And it identified those social drivers, and it made recommendations on what ought to be done to remove those barriers. The academic track and collaborative efforts were also led by the Tshwane University of Technology Center for Entrepreneurship Development, and the conference featured an academic track that was designed, one, to generate evidence-based solutions for women's financial inclusion, to integrate academic research into policy frameworks, to foster multidisciplinary collaboration among academia, government, industry, and civil society, but also to incorporate regional and global perspective to craft scalable solutions. This initiative was aimed to bridge the gap between research and policy, driving transformative interventions across sectors. We also had a call of action that was made by the minister with future commitments. It was at that point that Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga emphasized the need for a clear, actionable roadmap with concrete measures and realistic timelines to prioritize women's financial well-being. She highlighted 5 pillars that requires urgent attention. 1, economic decision-making and policy leadership, that it is important in implementing gender-responsive budgeting and establishing quotas for women in financial institutions is prioritized. 2, progressive fiscal reforms, overhauling the global financial architecture to be more inclusive. The 3rd one, access to land and productive assets, ensuring women have equal rights to own and control assets. The 4th, elimination of gendered trade barriers, removing obstacles that disproportionately affect women in trade. And the last, access to financial capital and services, enhancing women's access to financial resources. In our call to action, we must ensure alignment of our commitments to these priorities so that the final G20 declaration for the Republic of South Africa presidency is actually coherent on common issues from the engagement groups and the task force in mainstreaming women empowerment and gender equality. A technical meeting following the conference focused on drafting a declaration to be adopted by the ministers at the end of the year, incorporating key points that have been raised during that event. I'm aware that you came up with recommendations as W20. As I conclude, I hereby wish to give a few words of encouragement to W20 on your recommendations. To you, esteemed members of the W20, your dedication to shaping a more inclusive, equitable, and empowered future for women in South Africa and around the world is truly commendable. The draft recommendations you've developed are not just policy proposals, but they are bold statements of intent rooted in justice, equity, and the recognition of women's voices in all spheres of life. The moment you worked on those recommendations and sponsoring them at the right fora, you marked a powerful step forward. These recommendations are as a result of tireless collaboration, wisdom, and courage. You have not only reflected the pressing needs of women in South Africa and globally, but also charted a course towards tangible transformative change globally. As you refine and finalize these recommendations, know that your work is seen, your work is valued, your work is supported. You are creating ripples that will inspire generations to come. Stay strong, stay united, and continue to lead with conviction. The world will be listening, and with your leadership, it is changing for the better. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those words of encouragement. They are listened to. They aren't just, we're not just drafting a piece of paper. We're talking about the future of women's lives, and economic equity is at the core of it. So our next speaker is from the World Bank, Daniela Bear, and she heads up research for women, business, and the law. And so she'll tell us about the progress in tracking not only what laws are in place, but are they being implemented? So Daniela, would you like to come up? Please give her a hand.
Thank you very much for this very kind introduction, and good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here today, and I'm honored to be speaking at this very impactful Inception meeting here. Now, what I learned last night is this. W20 delegates know how to dance. They do. The energy was unparalleled, and I was so proud to be of this group. But as we celebrate together, free and safely, I was also reminded that this simple act of joy and presence is still out of reach for millions of women around the world. In some countries, legal restrictions continue to limit where women can go, what they can wear, how they can participate in public life. And these aren't just isolated rules. They reflect a deeper inequality that shapes women's daily realities. And this is part of a bigger picture. According to Women, Business, and the Law, women today only hold 2/3 of the legal rights that men do. Only 2/3. And that is the reality that Women, Business, and the Law data reveals. And that's not just unfair, it's also inefficient. We are holding back growth, innovation, and opportunity by design. And legal equality isn't just about giving women a head start. It's about finally removing the barriers that have kept them on the sidelines. And when we do that, we don't just create a level playing field, we unlock the full potential of our economies. I'm honored today to join you here to share how Women, Business, and the Law is shaping the global conversation on gender equality through data and reforms. But data alone isn't enough. We need bold action, and that's where the G20 can make a decisive difference. Legal rights are more than just words on paper. They are the foundation of opportunity, security, and choice. And the data is clear. When women have equal rights, from starting a job to retiring with dignity, economies grow stronger, societies become more resilient, and everyone benefits. Yet, 2.9 billion women, 2.9 billion, face legal barriers that limit their choices. For instance, in 20 economies, women are still prohibited by law from working at night. In 45 countries, women face legal restrictions on performing jobs that are deemed dangerous. And in 59 economies, women are restricted from working in certain sectors such as mining, construction, or transportation. And those are often the higher paying jobs. And these gaps aren't just technicalities. They are roadblocks to full participation in the economy. And until we close them, we are operating with systemic inefficiency that hold back our collective growth. To effectively address these structural barriers, we first need to understand exactly where they exist and how they impact women's lives and economic choices. Because what gets measured and tracked can get transformed. And that's where Women, Business, and the Law comes in. Women, Business, and the Law is a World Bank initiative that measures the laws and regulations affecting women's economic opportunities across 190 countries. It focuses on 10 critical moments in a woman's life, covering the legal rights and protections that influence a woman's ability to be safe, make decisions in the household and during marriage, work, earn, start a business, care for her family, and retire with security. The 10 topic areas of women, business, and the law align closely with the W20's core priorities and thematic areas, including the care economy, financial inclusion, and protections from gender-based violence, making women, business, and the law a powerful tool to inform, track, and accelerate reform efforts globally. These 10 indicators of women, business, and the law, they aren't abstract. They're built around laws that shape real choices. Can a woman sign a contract? Can she open a bank account? Can she own property? Does she inherit the same way as her brother? Is she paid equally? And since last year, women, business, and the law also started to go beyond legal texts, and we now assess how laws are implemented and enforced and experienced in practice. And this helps us to move from simply asking, is the law equal, to, is the right real? Women, business, and the law is not just a database. It is a diagnostic tool, a benchmark for reform, and a roadmap for gender equality in economic life. And let me underscore a striking fact from our last report. Not a single country, rich or poor, G20 member or not, has achieved full legal equality for women under the Women, Business, and the Law Index. Let that sink in. Not a single country. And this tells us two things. First, there is urgent work ahead. Even the most advanced economies still have legal gaps holding women back. G20 countries, while exceeding the global average on our index, still have gaps in critical areas. According to the Women, Business, and the Law Index, the largest gaps among G20 economies are observed in the areas of safety and entrepreneurship. And in safety, comprehensive legal protections against domestic violence, sexual harassment at work or in public spaces, protection against child marriage and femicide are still missing in several countries. And without these protections, women face barriers not only to physical well-being, but to economic participation, because no one can strive professionally while living in fear. In the area of entrepreneurship, in several G20 economies, there's still room to strengthen legal frameworks, whether by explicitly prohibiting gender-based discrimination and access to credit, or by introducing incentives for gender-responsive procurement, opening the door for women to participate more fully in a trillion-dollar market. If we want resilient and inclusive growth, existing legal gaps must be addressed, and G20 countries can lead by example. Second, there is more opportunity for progress everywhere. Countries don't have to reinvent the wheel. Many can look to their neighbors for inspiration and proven reforms that work. While countries have implemented over 2,000 legal reforms over the last 50-plus years, the progress is painstakingly slow. It's like watching grass grow. At that pace, it will take over 300 years before your sisters, your daughters, wives, grandchildren, or even grand-grandchildren can fully enjoy equal rights. Until then, according to Women, Business, and the Law data, women will earn less compared to men for work of equal value, face greater risks of violence in their homes, at work, in schools, online, and in public spaces. And they will keep shouldering the majority of unpaid care work. The list is endless. Yet, closing these gender gaps has real benefits. It's not just a women's issue. It's an economic issue, and we've heard that over and over again. Gender equality holds back global progress, and closing the gender gap in employment alone could raise global GDP by over 20%. But it's not just about data and numbers. It's also about people. People like Anatoly in Rwanda, who once had to choose between her newborn and her job until legal reforms in Rwanda gave her the right to maternity leave. Or Elsa in Jordan, who now commutes safely to work thanks to a gender-sensitive transportation system. or Samira in Azerbaijan, who is this really inspiring trailblazer, becoming her country's first female train driver after 674 job restrictions on women were repealed. And these stories prove legal change transforms lives. While this change is promising, it can only be the start. A law on the books without the mechanisms to implement it is like writing a letter but never sending it. The message may exist, but it never reaches its destination. And that's the reality for millions of women today. Rights exist in theory, but without enforcement, awareness, or access to justice, those rights remain out of reach. And according to Women Business and the Law data, only 40% of the policy tools needed to implement gender-equal laws are actually in place. So there's a massive implementation gap, and that gap we urgently need to address. And here's just one example of such gap. Even though over 50 economies mandate equal remuneration for work of equal value in national legislation, fewer than 20% of them have pay transparency mechanisms in place to enforce and address the gender pay gap. And this is like building a bridge halfway across the river. The intention is there, but without the final span, people are still stranded on the wrong side. Legal equality must be matched by practical tools that make those rights real. And this conversation isn't just about laws or data point. It's about dignity, security, and opportunity for half of the world's population. Denying women with equal rights is like running a race with one leg tied. By excluding women from full economic participation, we're holding back half the talent, half the ideas, and half the energy needed to win. When women can move freely, access jobs, earn equal pay, start businesses, and retire with financial security, and when mechanisms are in place to implement those rights, women don't just advance individually. They become powerful drivers of growth, resilience, and inclusion for entire economies. Let me end by saying this. Legal equality isn't just a policy goal, it's a foundation for shared prosperity. The data is clear. The roadmap is in front of us, and now it's time to act. Let us unite behind untying that lace and removing legal gender barriers for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for reminding us as to limitations of laws. You know, I go crazy when women say, I'm busy, so I don't vote. The lawmakers make a difference, so we have to have our own, male or female, our own meaning, those who will espouse the laws that are needed to guarantee equity. So do not be politically uninvolved. So our next speaker is another economist, with also a World Bank background. Dr. Theophilin Bos-Duker is a researcher who applies a gender lens to the research work of the African Center for Economic Transformation. So please welcome her. Thank you so much. Please welcome her warmly, because here's another woman PhD economist, okay? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Oh, good. Thank you. So thank you for the lovely, lovely introduction. It's a privilege to be here. I bring you greetings from Accra, Ghana. I'm so cold, but I love Cape Town. So I'm very, very happy, and I find it's such an honor for us to, share what we've done over the last 2 years or so. So as Asset, one of our main goals is achieving economic transformation that improves lives, right? We want to put human well-being right at the center of economic transformation. And in March 2022, in March this year, actually, we launched 2 reports that look at that intersection of gender equality and economic transformation. The first report is the African Transformation Report, and one of the findings that I feel is very important to tell you about is the fact that in the current system of imbalanced power that we live in, whether it's capitalism, whether it's neoliberalism, whether it's the patriarchy, there's this sense that you always have to choose between these 2 goals. Like either you are for gender equality or you are for economic transformation. Like you have to pick one. There's always this tension, right? But the truth is there is a possibility where you achieve both of these goals. Gender equality and economic transformation can be mutually reinforcing. They don't have to be mutually exclusive, right? And that's one of the main findings of our report. And I thought that it was quite important to share because it takes quite a dramatic change in the way we think about economics if we want to implement gender equality and economic transformation at the same time. As governments, as policymakers, as leaders in business, in the private sector, and even as citizens. So the first thing I would say is it is for the same reason that it can't be business as usual, right? If we just approach economic policy making the way we usually do, we are going to inadvertently we would keep going in the same direction. The same disparities would persist. So it takes quite an intentional effort. It takes quite a deliberate effort to switch things up. It may mean something like having, and while it's important to have a separate ministry for gender or youth or for vulnerable groups, the implication of changing our minds and applying it to policy would be having gender rights in the middle of the Ministry of Finance, right? Having gender rights in the middle of trade, having gender rights in the middle of economic planning, having gender rights in the middle of defense, right? It has to be that intense to make that switch. And while we make these, and unfortunately it will take time, right, to make these changes. They are not, it may not change in the next year or 2. It will take quite some time because they are deep, ingrained, patriarchal values that people hold. But while we make these long-term changes, what can we do in the short to middle term? And that's where the second report comes in. The second report is the African Women's Inclusion Index. So just to give you a background, in 2020, our leaders in the AU decided that this decade, from 2020 to 2030, would be the African Women's Decade of Financial and Economic Inclusion. So the goal was that every African woman could work, earn a fair wage, and actively participate in the economy of her country. And from yesterday's panels, we know that is easier said than done. So many things have to come together for that to be possible. And the truth is, just like Daniela said, if we are not measuring it, we probably won't fix it, right? So the index, the African Women's Inclusion Index, measures progress of African countries during this decade. So it covers 4 dimensions. We look at law and legal structures, we look at leadership, we look at financial inclusion and economic inclusion. And the good news is, so far we are making progress, right? We are a little over halfway. We score, as a continent, regionally, we score 53.5 out of 100. So we are making progress. In 2011, that score was about 42.2. So we've made progress. The not so good news is that we are too slow. At the pace at which we are going, it would take us up until about 2093 to get to 100 over 100. And that's disturbing. That's about 63 years after the decade ends. So that's way too long, right? So we need to accelerate action. So let's go deeper into the dimensions. So the first dimension, like I said, is law and legal structures. So for law and legal structures, we do really well. It's actually the best, right? We score, I believe, 72.1 on law and legal structures. But just like Daniela said, inako. That's what I learned yesterday. It's time to enforce our laws, right? We need to put these laws into action. Otherwise, they just sit in the Constitution, in the books, and it doesn't change real lives. It doesn't transform the lives of the vulnerable and women and youth and children. And then the second dimension where we do okay is economic inclusion. We score 51.4 at economic inclusion. For leadership, we score 47.8. And sadly, financial inclusion is the worst performing dimension. We score 42.7. So I was really excited when I heard that financial inclusion is one of our focus areas, because it should be. It's one of the places where we really need to focus as a continent. So the other thing that the index does is that it looks at the policy of countries that are doing well, right, and tries to pick out what runs across these countries. What can other countries learn from the ones that are doing well? And so I'll just speak a little bit about financial inclusion and leadership. So for financial inclusion, the first thing that we noticed is that most of these countries had a very comprehensive financial inclusion strategy that aligns with national policy and was effectively implemented. So it wasn't a piecemeal kind of approach. It was very comprehensive, very systematic. It addresses almost everything it addresses entrepreneurship, it addresses property, land, all of that, right? And then secondly, there was a very significant effort to go to the hard-to-reach areas. So they invested in infrastructure to make sure that people in rural areas, women in rural areas, the most disadvantaged, were reached with financial access. And that made a huge difference. When it comes to leadership, again, it's a long game. It's a very long game. It seems that the bottom-up approach works. We can't just hope that somehow we would have effective women leaders at the national level if we don't start right from, when they are kids, in the political parties, in schools, the bottom-up approach, so that we can have a pipeline of qualified women leaders in every, aspect of society. The final recommendation, which is more like a cross-cutting recommendation, has to do with data. Data, data, data. As going through the process of producing these reports, I can't tell you how many times I wished there was more data. I wished there was so much more data. And we need to own our data generation systems, right? Because sometimes, unfortunately, the international guidelines, they don't work for our context. And so it's okay to question those guidelines, right? It's okay to say, this doesn't quite work. Can I do this instead? Because our situation is a bit different. And that's fine, because we need to do that. We need to make sure that whatever policy and research is based on is solid, is robust, is frequent, so that it can be relevant. It's comprehensive, right? So that we can get to the needs of all the different intersecting vulnerabilities, so that we don't have... We need more data, right? And so thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for reminding us one more time. Number one, enforcement should be a strong message in our communique. The laws are there. It is how do you make the laws happen? And two, to make the laws happen well, we need even more information, more data. So, we've heard from two economists. Now we move to the private sector. Our next speaker is Nontobeko Ndlasi, and she is the Chief Financial Officer of WIPHOLD, which stands for Women's Investment Portfolio Holdings. It's a 30-year-old fund, and I came to know them 25 years ago when I had a summit here in Joburg. And it is the only totally women-controlled company that was listed in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. And it began with assets of 1 billion rand. And it began with the notion of helping women entrepreneurs to help fund them. So please welcome Nonto Ndlasi.
Morning. You'll forgive me, well, to myself, I sound nasal. I'm at the tail end of a flu, but thinking about it, you don't know my voice anyway, so this sounds normal to you. As Irene has introduced me, I'm Nontobe Gondlazi, Group CFO at Wiphold. Born and bred South African, originally from KZN, Durban. Very honored to be standing in front of you all, just to share a bit of the Wiphold story as one of the models that can be followed, can be replicated, not the only one, but one of them. Wiphold, Women's Investment Portfolio Holdings, is an investment holding company. And as a company, its founders started it with the belief that in creating value that can be used to empower women and transform society. 30 years ago, at the dawn of our country's democracy, 4 black women, spurred on by the enabling policies of government. This is a very important aspect. The enabling policies of government for black economic empowerment and the empowerment of women. So this was before our formal BE Act, but our government of the day saw that there needs to be policies to draw previously disadvantaged people in, black people and black women. So in that environment created by government at the time, these 4 women, in their boldness, resilience, and with a sense of collaboration, decided to start this company, which had at the core its vision to create value that catalyzes social transformation through the economic empowerment of women. They emptied their own bank accounts, raised funds from family and friends to come up with seed capital to start investing in the economy. They then traversed the length and breadth of our country, speaking to women, women's groups, church groups, in halls, in fields, everywhere, firstly to educate them about investing, and secondly to co-opt them into investing into this vehicle as a way for women to participate in the mainstream economy, from which they'd previously been excluded. And you found this was open to black and white women, or women of all races, at the time, because the exclusion was on all levels. Yes, black women with being the most disempowered, but the exclusion was at all levels. And it was interesting because these women came from a banking background. The 3 of them worked at Standard Bank at the time before they started the company. And it was the men that they'd worked with, the men in banking, who bought shares for their wives, mothers, sisters, and even domestic help. A big part of that early fundraising was supported by men who shared the vision. They took that seed capital, invested in listed companies, and gave those women, there were different levels of share capital. So the shares held by those women had veto powers compared to the shares held by others when the company eventually listed. We have since delisted for various reasons, but it was a real watershed moment when the company listed and was able to claim that place of pride as being the first black company listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. One of the reasons why we delisted in 1999 we listed in 1999, delisted in 2003, was that because the shares were now wildly held, institutional shareholders started having a bigger voice in the direction of the company and what they wanted the company to do. So it diluted the whole vision of the women ownership. That was one of the main reasons we delisted. But we didn't lose that essence of the vision. The aim to invest in the mainstream economy in companies where we can have an influence on the operations and policies of those companies. One of the companies we invested in at the time, some time ago, was Mutual and Federal, which is an insurance company. Sitting on boards, interacting with management, we help them design a product, an insurance product for small farmers in the rural areas or small holdings, not commercial farmers, where they were able to insure their livestock of 5 cattle, of very few cattle. And the people in insurance companies at the time, and probably now to a large extent, live in the urban areas, interact with commercial farmers, and obviously in the innovation space, they're going to innovate for the things they know. So part of our investment philosophy as active shareholders is to get involved, not in operations, but at a strategic level with management, to help steer the companies in directions that is going to benefit that black woman out in some rural area or in some township who does not have access to some products and to be able to be financially included. Our diverse portfolio includes investments in infrastructure, financial services, education, and food and agriculture, all of which are sectors where we believe women should be playing a major role to influence the trajectory of those industries, because those industries have a major influence on women's lives. Currently, one of our major investments is our farming initiative in the province of the Eastern Cape, where we're farming maize and soybean in partnership with traditional leaders and the local rural communities, using the communal land that belongs to the communities. This is a business unusual, a different approach, because that land has been lying fallow for years because communities don't have title deeds to that land. It can't point that it's owned by that family or that family. It's owned communally. So banks don't fund or don't provide funding to work on that type of land because there's no security of tenure. So Wippold came in as a commercial partner, partnered with traditional leaders. You know, it was interesting the path we walked in trying to get this project off the ground. You want to meet with traditional leaders and they want to meet in the traditional kraal, isbaya, but women aren't allowed in there. And we're like, well, we're going to have to meet elsewhere because we want this project and we want you to invite the women of the community to be part of the project. And so while we're not about dismantling culture and what have you, we are about getting things done. So we're going to have to meet elsewhere. And that we did. And women are a big part of the initiative. We make distributions annually. We've been farming for 10 years now. And it's mainly the women who take that money to do other things, to become entrepreneurial in what they do, to collaborate. One of the communities bought a tractor with their distributions, and they now rent it out to do their small home gardens. So this initiative fits squarely into Wippold's broader vision to build capacity and operational excellence through the agricultural value chain. So 30 years later, we're very proud of the Wippold business model, not just because it's been able to withstand turbulent times, but because we believe it offers proof of just how significantly business can impact socioeconomic development if it truly wants to. We believe passionately in the role that business must play in transforming South Africa and other emerging market economies on the continent and beyond. And we don't think that this can and should only be done through donations and corporate social investment. If we in business are truly to transform the world around us, we have to do it through the very core of our businesses, the engine rooms that generate the billions. And we have to do it by getting out of the offices. In the Wippold way, our executive team then spends a lot of time in the rural parts of our country. It's why we spend as much time chasing and structuring investment deals in Cape Town, Joburg, Beijing, as we do engaging with rural communities or conducting workshops in our fellow African countries. We've been to Zimbabwe, Ghana, Kenya, to name a few, where we're trying to replicate the model and harness the power of the women in those countries. As we succeed, we feel we must do so in a way that takes thousands with us, that creates the thriving entrepreneurs, farmers, chartered accountants, and black industrialists that this world needs. Thank you.
Thank you. If we are to succeed in the economic sphere, we have to start at the core of it, which is to invest in women's activities, economic activities, and thank you, Whip Holt, for that model. Our next speaker is Dr. Okito Wedi, a medical doctor by training and profession, who also is the CEO of Creative Development. And I'm sure she's going to explain to us what she is trying to do. Thank you. Please welcome Dr. Wedi.
Ladies and the few gentlemen in this room, all protocol observed, what an honor it is to be in a room like this. I'll be honest, I was a little bit nervous when Prof asked me to say a few words, and upon arrival yesterday, these nerves were not alleviated. Between the massages outside, the moving speeches, the outfits, the women are unlocking trillions, I sat at the back thinking, what on earth am I going to, what on earth am I going to say? So at the end of the day, I go back to my hotel room, and I'm in a bit of a spiral. Oh my gosh, notes, what am I thinking? Okay. And I do what any grown, adult, mature, independent woman does. I call my mother. And I'm talking to my mom, and my mom is great. She's encouraging me. She's praying over me. You know, we're talking through the whole thing, and I can hear she's busy. She's busy in the kitchen, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, what is she doing? And I'm like, I look down. It's 9 o'clock, so she's probably making tea for my dad. Apologies to the radical feminist in the room. I'm never going to get her to change. But she's making tea for my dad, and I find myself coming down. And halfway through the discussion, she abruptly stops me and says, I just got a text, Okito. I have to rush back into the hospital. Some of the nurses are having a difficult time. I'll call you back right after. Say, it's fine. We get off the call, and I just sit there on my couch. I'm no longer thinking about today. I'm not even nervous anymore. I'm thinking about my mom. I'm thinking about her as she's taking care of my need, my emotional needs, taking care of the needs of my father, who wants tea, about to take care of business at 9 o'clock at night. And as I'm thinking about my mom, I go in a little bit of a rabbit hole as I'm thinking about other women and girls very much like her. Women like Karina, sitting at the back over there, my colleague and dear friend, who starts work even before I do. At around 5, 6 in the mornings, I see the emails come in because she has a hard stop at 5. Because she needs to go and take her 1-year-old on a stroll and make food for her young family. But like clockwork, around, again, 9, 10 at night, I see her back on her laptop, sending me messages around ideas and tactics and strategies on how to take the business forward. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, this is probably the first time that she has a moment for herself. How many countless stories do we know, just like this, in this very room? As you are listening to me right now and writing your notes and checking your emails to make sure that the organizations that you come from don't fall apart, you're probably also checking your phone every 30 minutes to take care of the elderly parent that is sick. Have the kids been dropped off at school? Or I need to think about groceries at night. I need to think about my sister who's in a really tough relationship and I'm scared for her. The list goes on and on and on. Women. We run economies and we run errands, usually at the same time. Is this not what builds homes, communities, economies, nations? Is this not the real economy? I'm the founder and CEO of an organization called Creative Development. And at Creative Development, we believe in stories that matter. We believe in shaping them. We believe in disseminating them. We believe in changing and shaping minds and changing beliefs about what's possible, which is why we are so excited to be partnering with the W20 around redefining what care for people and planet looks like at its very essence. Care is not charity. Care is infrastructure. Yes. It is the very foundation upon which resilient, inclusive, sustainable economies are built. Care is capital. So we are really excited as an organization over the next 5 years to not only be partnering with creatives, cultural tastemakers, business leaders, political leaders, philanthropies, in literally redefining who is seen, what is valued, and how we count it. We want to mobilize $1 billion towards African women on this continent in care economies, women in leadership, women in entrepreneurship, and we would love to partner with every single person in this room. Because at our core, what we believe is that we want to live in a world, no, we deserve to live in a world where care is not reserved for the privileged few, but it is the collective experience for every single woman, man, and child that draws breath. So I'm really excited to be here and to partner with you and to build this world together. Thank you so much.
So well said, the value of care. In the same way that male investors made Wiphold happen initially, we need men. We need men as partners, we need men as equals, and so it's great to be able to close this session with a man a lot of you know because he kept hugging everybody. Professor Bonang Mohale, who's a award-winning author, who is the famous chancellor of Free State University, who is well known in the business community because he led a business management group for many, many years. So please welcome Professor Mohale.
If this is your land, where are your stories? What are your whispers? These authentically simple words, but profoundly gravid, are the title of Professor J. Edwards Chamberlain's first book. Professor Chamberlain is the Emeritus Professor of English and Comparative Literature at the University of Toronto. He was trying to seek a middle ground. Because you see, as Africans and as women, if we don't tell our stories, somebody will tell these stories in a manner that we may not like. If we don't think for ourselves, we place our future in the hands of others. It is up to us to create our own new world. The same way that the duration of oppression has never been determined by the oppressor, but always by the oppressed. It's only when the oppressed say this much and no more that oppression ends. Chinua Achebe is an author and a poet. He reminds us that he is a fool, he who treats his own brother worse than a stranger, because when brothers fight to the end, the stranger will inherit your father's estate. That anger with your own brethren and kindred should only be skin deep, never bone deep, because a brethren that has made a mistake deserves our kindness to be saved, not to be blamed. So it is that when Nigeria's billionaire, Ntate Femi Otedole, when he had the pleasure and privilege to give 200 wheelchairs, and when he thought that his job was done, a young girl clutches onto his legs. He looks down and he says, "Is there anything more that I can do for you, my little girl?" And she looks up and utters words that were going to change Femi Otedole for the rest of his life. And she says, "I want to remember your face so that when I meet you in heaven, I will be able to recognize you and thank you once again." I've never met a poor philanthropist. In fact, there is no nobility in being poor. Femi Otedole opines that at that very moment, I experienced happiness for the very first time in my life. At that very moment, I touched, hugged, and felt the meaning of joy for the first time in my life. But at that moment, this little girl introduced this notion called transformative philanthropy. How can I give, on the one hand, in a manner that transforms society, but most importantly, on the other hand, transforms the philanthropist? Put differently, in the context of this morning, if wealth is the inevitable outcome of both hard work and enterprise, then every woman in Africa should be a dollar billionaire. At any point in time, anywhere else in the world, there are more women than there are men, even though children are born more than the girl children. in South Africa, there's 65 million of us. 52.5 million of this population doesn't look like me, it's women. And yet their representation in positions of leadership, it's no more than 24%. In the C-suite, black people in general's representation has just graduated from 14.3 to 14.7%. African women, 4%. And yet we know from our own experiences that those companies that are led by women, not only do they command higher multiples upon exit, more profitable, the best companies to work for, where people feel needed and wanted. And yet even these events that happen once in 100 years, like the COVID-19, that affected and infected 198 countries. 8 of them dealt better with the pandemic than all others, and all 8 were led by women, including the 5 million in just a small island. And at that time, Germany's Angela Merkel's and the Scandinavian countries, if you include one, the Nordic countries, that the world will be a much more peaceful place if women were leaders than men are. Not only does this have to be empirical, like in October 2017 article of Harvard Review that says those companies where women are leaders are more successful in building this notion of sustainability in the short term, whilst they create long-term resilience. I suppose the only reason why I cracked an invite is because I'm a product of a woman. But most importantly, the person who should have been here is because my boss at the Bidvest Group Limited is a woman. Mrs. Tembegile Nompumelelo Madisa, who runs a proudly South African company that is 38 years old. One of the top 40 listed companies on the JSE. When she assumed the group CEO role just 5 years ago, she was the only woman on that board. After 2 years of being in charge, that company goes on to declare the biggest dividend in the history of the Bidvest Group. It's the first one to transcend the 100 billion revenue mark. In 2023, when she touched 114.7 billion revenue and 11.4 billion trading profit. The second year, she repeats that amazing accomplishment by touching 123 billion rands of revenue, but 11.5 billion in trading profit. She goes on to take us to 7 other countries when this was only a South African company after 2016 when we broke it into 2. She currently employs almost 130,000 people, 7 divisions. 4 of those divisions are led by women, including the Bidvest McCarthy Group. And our biggest division that accounts for 60% of our profitability, our services division, the Services South Africa. Including our financial services that we just sold to Access Bank of Nigeria, Neha Nasadiki. But she does that with a board after only 2 years that is now 80% black and 73% African women. That's what we can do when we are temporary occupants of the corridors of power, is just to believe that we've got the wherewithal to make the changes that we've always wanted to see. And we do that with confidence as we trudge forward and upwards. So it is that David Whitley, at a period that looks like this very same one, in an environment that looks just like this one, in a stage that almost resembles this one, who reminded us that it was the rule of law that the slaves could not play the white keys on the piano. That all the Negro spirituals were composed using only the black keys. Went on to render that amazing classic, The Amazing Grace, composed with only 5 keys. This John Newton classic, surely today we've got much more than just the 5 black keys. We've got systems and processes. We've got ministries. The 12 million people of Rwanda. At the time that we, in the snaking queues on the 27th of April 1984 to usher in our own democracy, they just massacred 800,000 Hutus by the Tutsis. And at the end of that month, 1 million people were dead. But 20 years later, in Rwanda, they no longer speak about Tutsis or Hutus, only about Rwandans. When you go to Kigali, the capital, you got free Wi-Fi in the buses, and more than 40% of those parliamentarians happen to be women, 37% of them younger than 35 years of age. Much more than just 5 black keys. Harriet Tubman is a slave abolitionist, and she goes on to remind us that I freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if only they knew that they were slaves. So if this is your land, where are your stories? And what are your whispers? Because when we enter these corridors as women, don't we have the right to describe, define, and shape them in our own image rather than pretending to man up, even to go to an extent of wearing suits and shirts like men do, behaving in this toxic manner in which men climb on top of each other and one another just to get to the top, when we know that collectively we can achieve much more than that which on my own will take me inordinately long to achieve. Because together we can do more. That when you are in charge as a woman, those things that you can change, why don't you change? Because I've never understood why as men would set up a meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning, and if a woman walks in 10 minutes later, late, we look at them funny and say, that's why they don't progress. Forgetting that for me to be here, standing at this moment in this country, when so many of us dare to hope, is because I wormed myself into this suit and this shirt that was prepared for me. That my own lovely wife, Miss Susan, would have woken up in the morning to make sure that my 2 divine daughters, Nkhono and Maneo, have their own lunch boxes prepared, dropped off in one school and another before she herself goes to the office. Why don't we just change that? That when we indeed have an opportunity to come together to imagine this world as it should be, that charity like clarity begins at home. It's about collaborating and cooperating and putting together our collective thought processes and seeing and accepting and internalizing that women's being held back, it's not an individual failure. It is both systemic and systematic. I'm standing between you and tea. I also want to remember your face, so that when I meet you in heaven, I'll be able to recognize you.
All right.
And thank you once again.
Thank you for that inspiring message to remind us that herstory, which you're going to do, Dr. Weddy, is so important, and we forget. We forget that's necessary. When I had the Global Summit of Women here in Johannesburg in 2000, Nelson Mandela came, and he said unexpectedly, I did not expect him to come, and he looked at the crowd and he said, if I had my druthers, I would have women run the world, because look at what men have done. So thank you for reminding us, Professor Mahale. So, yes, tea is ready. Is there a quick question or comment from anybody? We started late, so, if anybody wants to pose a question, yes, ma'am. Just press the button on whatever mic is near you. Come to the front. There you go. See, women helping other women.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Daphne Mashamaite. I am the CEO of Women Business Achievers and also the founder of an NPO called Leading Women Network, where we support women that are in business and also professional women who suffer with domestic abuse. Our mandate is very specific because we know we are limited. We can only do so much. My question is to Prof. Bonang. Hi, Ntate. I just wanted to find out, I know about the growth, the massive growth of Bidvest. I want to find out what was the secret to May Mpumelelo Madisa. Thank you.
Okay, yes, you can speak from there. Yes.
My boss is howling. I suppose the first is because she's an incredibly good quality human being. Two, she genuinely cares about humanity in general, but about women in particular. Thirdly, I think it's because she's born in a little town in Sebokeng outside of the Vile Triangle, so she herself has experienced what it is like to be poor and not to have. But so that I sound educated and like we really thought about it, it's because, remember, the Bidvest Group was founded by Brian Joffrey at the time that white people in South Africa were uncomfortable with black rule. And they decided to go to Perth and they sold their companies. He sees a good Jewish friend of his at Shul in Houghton and says, there's a company that I've seen that I want to buy. And his friend, who happens to be the CEO of the investor group, Stephen Kosef, says, shh, we are about to pray. Why don't you come and see me on Thursday? He tells a story and says, when I walked through his office, he looked up and he pulled out his black Mont Blanc pen, pulled out his checkbook, and started writing. He looked up at me and I'd not even sat down, and he says, how much do you need? He said, 7 million, and he wrote it. And then he said, pull the chair, and he said, you can sit down. And he said, go and find these companies. We will fund them. Because most of them, we probably bank. We know the good ones and the not so good ones. And we'll provide the due diligence. Imagine how many women would start many successful businesses if they started with a war chest, knowing that I've got somebody with deep pockets who can fund me. There are brilliant ideas that are dying in the minds and the imagination of amazing women just because they don't have access to finance, but most importantly, they don't have access to the value chain where 40% of the economic activity happens. So when Brian left in 2016 and he handed over to another white male, Lindsay Ralphs, I then joined that board, and I have the displeasure of being chairman of that board. And then I speak to Lindsay and say, Lindsay, you and I must start thinking at the moment of contemplation, when we start to say what type of legacy we want to leave behind. And we agree that won't it be amazing if we left this company to an African woman? We announced Mpumi 18 months before it happened at the AGM, so that the both of us can renege on the commitment that we've made. Lastly, I then have a conversation with Nompumelelo Thembekile Madisa, who's my boss. And I said, we've got this amazing opportunity. You're going to be the first woman to run this then 36-year-old company. What are you going to use this 18 months to think and reflect about? To cut a long story short and say, why don't you choose for yourself somebody who will be your own personal mentor, and I'll pay for it. But most importantly, why don't you start thinking about who you are, so that when you start, that's what you bring to the fore. You're not Brian, you're not Lindsay. So she picked up a company in the UK that worked with her for 18 months. She came up with 5 things that said, this is who I am. From day one, she was very clear in putting together an exco that these are the 5 things that I want to achieve, that what I want to leave as a legacy. When you see me, Nompumelelo Thembekile Madisa, walk through that door, you'll never say that at any point in time in South Africa in the last 31 years, in the top 40 listed entities on the JSE, there's only ever one woman. So there was Maria Ramos for 10 years when she was running the Absa Bank. And then immediately after, there was only one woman who was running Anglo Platinum Mine. In the last 5 years, in June, she'll be releasing her 5th results as the group CEO. She's still the only one in the top 40. So I think I'm absolutely privileged to have a boss that is so at peace with herself, that remembers where she comes from, but most importantly, that the title of the group CEO is not who she is, that's what she does.
We need to have tea and go to the bathroom. But anyway, please give this incredible panel of presenters a tremendous hand for their expertise and talent.
everything that was said.
Good morning, Madam.
How are you?
I'm very well in yourself. My name is Tumba.
This light is.
Oh, it's-
Definitely. I know your face.
Me too. And your name, immediately when I saw it, I was like, I know you. I was trying to place from where.
Would it be UCT? Probably in the industry. 99. Okay.
And I worked at Westbrook.
Okay.
So it's, and I see it's kind of lovely. You probably know that she's always worked in the city and the province. And Robert Shaw. I was the minister's
Right. Okay.
yeah. And I used to come here a lot when I was working for the civil program before the Inception Meeting.
Yes.
So definitely I think our paths have crossed. I just sort of
We've probably zigzagged each other several times. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you? Yes. I had a bit of a rough one with a delegate from Mexico. Yeah, but tell us the story there. The mic is off, right? We're not going to do a hot mic. My name is
She
You got 20 minutes according to the program I have.
All right. Maybe let me take my phone so that I pick the time.
Okay.
Should be fine. Tell me not to.
No, it doesn't. I don't even know. I don't have pockets.
Let's check. I didn't do one, but because I didn't know how it would come out. Can you open your eyes?
They're open. Let's try.
Yeah,
maybe
that, yeah.
11. Okay.
Yeah, like that. Look up a bit. Down. Yeah, like that. But I didn't get the 20, sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
It's the glasses, but I hope now it looks like its eyes are open. Yeah, that's much better. wasn't planning to have lunch.
Where should I sit?
So that it's easy to get to the podium. I'm going to leave this one.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can I welcome you back from tea? That was a very powerful, provocative morning session, and I hear everyone's still buzzing from it. Let's move to the next one. It is a great honor for me. I am Zainab Isak from the HSRC, and it is a great honor for me this morning to introduce Dr. Elvira Marasco. And Elvira is a passionate advocate for gender equality and women's empowerment, and she co-chairs the Health Equity and Women and Girls Task Team with me. We work to advance gender-responsive health systems and ensure that women and girls' health needs are recognized, prioritized, and equitably addressed. Elvira has served as the head of delegation for Italy and co-founded the Italian W20 delegation. She was the first champion of gender medicine within W20, a cause she continues to advance with clarity and conviction. Elvira, over to you.
Thank you, dear. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you. I want to do like the last speaker did. I will say a few words, then I will stop looking for your reactions. Okay, so we want to talk about gender medicine. You know, gender medicine is relatively new discipline that studies how biological, the sex, and sociocultural, the gender differences, influence health, disease, prevention, diagnosis, and therapies. Gender medicine began to develop in the 1990s, although the first studies and critical observation date back on the 70s. In 1991, the US, the National Institute of Health, launched the Office of Research on Women's Health to promote more inclusive studies of women. In Europe, interest has grown since the 2000s. In Italy, gender medicine was officially recognized in 2018 with a law made by Minister Lorenzin, what promotes this law? Promotes the inclusion of the concept of gender in all fields of medicine. In 2005, me personally, nobody? I'm doing like the speaker who talked before, that when he said a sentence very strong, he stopped looking. I had not the same effect. I'm sorry. It's not the same. I will do better later. I will do better. Thank you. Sorry for the professor. It's just a joke. It's just a joke. Anyway, this is my character. So I said in 2005, I organized the first conference on gender medicine in Rome, which I can say tore a veil and attracted attention to an almost unknown topic. This is an often misunderstanding concept. It's not women's medicine, not even men's medicine. Gender is a very complex concept that includes the biological characteristics of the individual, which today we know are not only binary, male and female, but also their relationships with the world, with the society. And it also includes the determining factors of health, such as poverty, and in general, all the psychological, socioeconomic, cultural, ethical aspects that affect health. Gender medicine, therefore, does not limit itself to study the differences and similarities between men and women. For centuries, medicine has been tailored to men, while women were studied mainly for their reproductive system. Drugs, tools, devices, methods of prevention and treatment of disease have been developed for the Caucasian male. Do you think that I look like a Caucasian male? Nobody of us here. But they did for years. So which not always works best for different people, not only women, but also other ethnic groups. So it's not a coincidence that in recent years, epidemiologists and the WHO itself has spoken of a syndemic. It means that one gets sick or unhealthy for many different factors, not only sex or gender, but for poverty, for the place where one lives, for the doctor-patient relationships, and so on. Who are the poorest people in the world? Women. There are 35 million women living in extreme poverty, and with the pandemic, even the number grows. It has been well documented for years that a low socioeconomic level and a low level of education are associated with worse health conditions. If you are poor, do you have the same ease of going to the hospital, buying medicine or having a checkup? In the world, there are few countries with health coverage, like Italy. Italy is a good example. Even if there are some medicine, different class that you have to pay for. But compared to the past, the number of women enrolled in clinical trials and on drugs are increased. But in the last 30 years, we have not progressed so much because we have not worked on the method. For example, first of all, in the majority of cases, both males and female are enrolled. But sex is not considered as a variable in data analysis. I'm talking to our expert of data that she's reading an Italian newspaper in this moment. So she doesn't, she's out somewhere else. So anyway, what happens is that there is also the recruitment of women has increased in some areas of study, a little in others, in oncology, for example, but still low in cardiovascular diseases, which remain the leading cause of death for women. Third, women are present in some phases of experimentation. And I give you an example. There is a biomarker which is measured in men and women at the same time. But without knowing whether the levels of this biologic indicator vary in the same time in men or women through the day, the point is that we do not know what is normal because the reference value for women is different. They can make a crucial difference. It took years, for example, to understand that physiological values as a typical protein called troponina is different in men and women. And this protein is used as a marker in diagnosis the heart attack. So it means that you have an heart attack, they measure your protein, and with a main indicator, doesn't mean that you can be saved, because it's not tested on women. This is something very, very difficult to let understand to some doctors. Hello, Professor, I saw you, sorry. I love you. Officially, eh? Officially. Anyway, let's stop. This is, sorry. So, we hope that adequate training will be provided also for healthcare and paramedical personnel, because we have to extend these facilities on other sectors, also to engineering and architects that should be able to try in the gender perspective, because prevention is also achieved by designing accessible parks, sidewalks without potholes, hospitals, retirement homes. Safety belts. When you go driving in the car, do you feel comfortable? You're not, because they test the first safety belt with a man. They don't have what we have normally. Let's say male, the most part of us have. I personally have dealt with the issues related to the gender gap that involves all areas of our society, but the big push came during the W20 summit, our summit, in Italy in 2021, when we proposed the topic of gender medicine, and thanks to that, it has since then become an ever-present topic in the W20. Thanks also to our friends Virginia that define us visionary presidency. I remember very well. Thank you, Virginia. Our association has therefore been a pioneer in introducing the topic. And this topic is not being abandoned and has been present in various ways in the various W20 summit. At the end of this work, we did an Italian commission, and this commission published a booklet with the following conclusion. Organize a universal sex gender sensitive health system that is well interconnected with the welfare system, united with the strategical contribution and vision of women and men. Build innovative strategic plans to bridge the sex-gender gap through rigorous scientific data and incentives for investigators. Also in 2021, our association, in collaboration with the European Parliament Former Members Association, produced the Carta of Florencia, a document containing a series of recommendations for government. Our international experience, thanks to the continuous comparison with the representatives of other states, has led us to formulate some comments and suggestions to the Bill 989 that is currently being prepared by the Senate of the Republic in Italy. For this reason, we were heard in a hearing last Thursday, just 1 week ago. So in conclusion, I believe we should insist on this topic and monitor what happens. Our commission is still standing, leading by our expert Flavia Franconi, that she's always our point of reference. I think that after listening to me, you will look at your medicines with different eyes, asking yourself, who tested them before putting them on the market? Thank you very much. Thank you, and excuse me, Professor. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Elvira. You did very well, even without imitating Professor Mahalo. I never heard medicine, gendered medicine, given with such humor. Thank you. But now we have to proceed with the next part of the program, which is on women and energy. And you say, why are we doing this topic? Because the energy fuels everything that exists that we do. And we are transitioning from oil and gas, hopefully, to renewables, to others that I won't even mention. And we have a terrific panel to set us off. For the keynote, we have Elizabeth Marabwa, who is the Chief Director of the Department of Energy, who's been involved in all kinds of energy type work for many years. So, would you please come up? Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Program Director, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I would like to first tender an apology for the Deputy Minister, Samantha Graham-Murray. She was supposed to be here, but unfortunately she has been deployed to travel overseas, and I've subsequently been requested to represent the Deputy Minister. I'm just going to talk about just energy transition and the challenges and opportunities it gives to us, both in developing countries, in the South, and the global at large. I'm maybe as an introduction also coming from the Department of Electricity and Energy, which is a newly established a department led by Dr. Ramhopa, our minister, and supported by the deputy minister, as I've already indicated. In the presentation, I'm just going to talk about just an introduction, and then I will talk to the challenges of just energy transition, the opportunities that it also gives, and make a conclusion. I think from where I'm sitting, maybe I should use a microphone because I don't see the presentation. Yes. Maybe I should sit, yes. Okay. As you know, just when we talk about just energy transition, what is very critical is that it must be just, it must be affordable, it must be inclusive especially of us as women, because we are the ones that are greatly affected by the just energy transition. And when we talk about just, we must ask ourselves, just for who? Because that's very important, and we must ensure that we hardwire ourselves as women in that just energy transition, because when you look at the general energy sector, your oil and gas, you actually find that the representation of women in the sector is quite low. Although at a global level, we as women, we are more than men in terms of our population, and we are the people that make on an everyday we make a decision on the consumption of energy at home, and we make millions and millions of decisions, and those millions and millions of decisions push the energy as a sector forward, and yet when it comes to governing the sector, managing the sector, enjoying the opportunities of the sector, we are not there. From a demand side, we are dominating, but from the supply side, we are not there. And it's important that as we move into the just energy transition, we hardwire ourselves and be part of it. So why women, we are disproportionately affected by climate change. We know that particularly in the developing countries, the majority of women are in the rural areas, and that's where the climate change is the worst. And secondly, even if we are in the urban areas, our housing programs are so bad, and such that when there is any, like for example, floods, it affects us the most disproportionately. Then women also have challenges with less access to energy, finance, and decision-making. Access to energy in terms of general access, when you look at the number of households that have access to energy, and particularly women-headed households, we have less access to energy. Then when you look at affordability as well, we also don't afford energy. And the issue of affordability is not just a matter of us in developing countries, but we have noted that even in the developed countries, EU in particular, because of the challenges of energy, most people there are no longer able to access, to afford energy. And the worst hit people are women-headed household and women in general, because their salaries are lower and energy is becoming more expensive and they are unable to access energy. And as a result of that, there's so much sickness that's going on because people don't have adequate warmth. Then when you look at financing, I will talk about that more. If you want to go into an energy business and you want to access funding, it's very difficult for women to get the funding. So we will talk about that, but it's important that we empower women. If you empower women in the energy sector, they actually will boost innovation, productivity, and community development. Incidentally, like Prof has said, when all female-headed utilities or energy companies in the world, they are more productive than those headed by men. So when we talk about women empowerment in any sector, it's not just a nice to do, but it's an economic decision, it's an economic imperative, and it comes down to rands and cents, or dollars and cents, or pounds, whichever currency you are using. So the benefits of gender equality in the renewable energy are significant. There is a lot of innovation going on, and it is critical that innovation includes women, and we lead in that perspective. One of the biggest challenges is access to clean cooking technologies. a lot of money is going to be invested in that business. And when I say a lot, I'm meaning billions of US dollars already is being mobilized to support. And we should find ourselves, for those that are in universities, going on to coming up with cookstoves that are more efficient, that are more adaptable to our situations, and those that are in business, investing in the production of those. We don't want a situation where big male-owned companies come into the continent and start producing cookstoves that they sell to us, and we are the buyers of them and we pay for them. So this is an opportunity for you women. Position yourselves, take advantage of this wind of change. Billions are going to be invested and business opportunity resides. So that is one of the things that the benefits of renewable energy. Then in terms of performance gains, I've already indicated, I talk too much, meeting sustainable development. If we empower women within the renewable energy space, we are killing two birds with one stone. We are meeting the sustainable development goals for women. We are also looking at the environment issues. So it's very important and it's beneficial that as we are going to, as we transition, it's affordable and it's inclusive of women. And I must also say it must be inclusive of youth as well. Then in terms of the promises that we have, just energy transition has got an opportunity to provide additional employment. Studies have been conducted by the International Renewable Energy Agency, which has indicated that 12.7 million people are employed. They account for 32%. Compared to 22% from the fossil fuel. But if you look at that statistic and then say to yourself, how many women are included? I think it's about 26%, and most of those women are in the lower paying jobs. And it's important that as the opportunities are coming, we encourage our young girls to study STEM subjects so that they can be engineers and leaders. And unfortunately, most of those leaders in the renewable energy are have done STEM-related courses. So if we don't push ourselves in that direction, we'll also find ourselves occupying lower paying jobs within the emerging sector. Then there is also a big opportunity for entrepreneurship and leadership opportunities. So in terms of your different decentralized energy, look, your solar mini grids, wind sector, it allows women to become entrepreneurs. We have a solar water heater program and solar home system program. The Indians have been quite leading and ensuring that they had to hire women in the sector. We can also do the same. We have a lot of programs where EPC contractors in solar PV are being trained, and banks are also supporting those initiatives. It's important that we do that in our different countries and ensure that as this sector grows, we had to hire women. Microfinancing and inclusive energy programs have also enabled women to start a number of projects all over. And if you look in the East African region, there has been a support for women to be EPC contractors. They are installing their solar home systems, they are installing their solar water geysers, and it has been successful. So those are some of the opportunities that we have. But unless as women you ensure that as we transition, you also make sure that you hardwire yourselves and you make sure that our own governments enables us to participate, then you will be left behind. What is the other benefit of renewable energy? It improves access to energy for productivity. We know that most of women-owned shops in the plaza shops in different areas, they need electricity. In most of the developing countries and sub-Saharan Africa in particular, we don't have access to electricity, but ensuring that we have increased access through renewable energy, particularly the mini grids and solar home systems, it can help us to actually electrify most of the businesses that women own, and it can increase your women's productivity. It also reduces the time that we use for collecting of wood and so on and so forth, and then you transfer that time to economic activities. So with that, it really has a great impact on the lives of women. But the important thing is we should own those businesses. And then don't forget that the other important issue is the health and well-being benefits. We are aware that globally, approximately 750 million people lack access to electricity, with the 600 million of those in sub-Saharan Africa. So if we actually electrify, it means we improve our health. If we add the clean cooking element, we reduce annually 600 million die because of indoor pollution. So if we do have electrification and clean cooking, it means we are going to reduce the death, and that 600 million actually affects women and children. So as I've already indicated, we have a business opportunity. We have a project called Mission 300, which is looking at electrifying, introducing clean cooking in each stoves to 300 million families in sub-Saharan Africa. And that is a big, big opportunity. It's already funded, it's being implemented, and it's important for you not to just benefit from the stove, but to be the producer of the stove, the producer or a person who is responsible for selling the fuels. And most likely we will be using LPG gas, get into the LPG gas business, get into the manufacturing of stoves, get into the distributorship of that, and get into the trade in terms of moving the LPG gas by tankers, get into that business. So look at the value chain and place yourself and take advantage of that. So those are some of the opportunities that we can actually get. The thing is not moving. Yeah, okay. Then what are the challenges that are facing us? There are gender gaps in the energy sector. Persistent gender disparities exist. This has already been said. We have cultural and systematic barriers which limit us women to participate. I've already indicated that if we do studies, we actually don't focus on STEM, which is important. And in energy, you need to have a science background for you to participate. A survey that was conducted found that women in renewable energy face significant barriers to advance, such as limited access to networks, to mentorship. When we meet as women, I can tell you, we walk away without a single business card of another person because we don't know how to network. Whereas guys, they go for golfs and so on and so forth. By the time they finish golfs, they know where the opportunity is, and they are going to be placed in that as a CEO, a junior manager, and so on and so forth. So we need to do that. Networking, very critical. And sometimes we also meet alone. We need to meet together with men. We need to have functions at conferences where after the conference you have a tea and you have all the CEOs invited, mix and mingle with them and pitch ourselves. We are not good at that. So we really need to also close that gender gap by networking. And when we are also at a higher level as women, we also need to provide mentorship to other young people in our organizations, in our companies, and offer them an opportunity. We as a department have started, we are also going to launch a program where we are going to provide mentorship to women, and we are taking those in the utilities and municipalities and link them up with other women overseas so that they get exposure and ready to be promoted in their own organizations. Then access to capital and resources is another big challenge. We started a program where we empower women in the energy space. We have a strategy and implementation plan, but to access funding is a big issue. We have an IPP program. Women had resorted to selling their houses, borrowing from their families in order to raise the capital required. Because when you go to the bank, the person sitting in front of you is a male, and the thing that they have is doubts whether you are capable of actually making the project reach its fruition, and the next thing you find yourself without money. So it's very important that our financial institutions, both the development, commercial financial institutions, provide funding for us, and international organizations also make a ring-fenced fund for women to participate in the renewable energy sector through accessing of credit, accessing of land, technical training, and technology itself. Then I think from the World Bank, I can give a highlight that women-owned businesses in developing countries receive less than 5% of total SMME financing. It can just demonstrate to you that access to finance is one of those issues that can kill our business. So even though this renewable energy is going to bring us new opportunities, if you don't have money to invest, it's not going to work. So it's important to make sure that we deal with that. For the women in the workplace, it also offers opportunities, but we need to deal with deep-seated social assumptions that technology and engineering positions are better suited for men, limiting women's opportunities. I have already spoken about that. So we need to ensure that we encourage our young people. We also encourage women that have gone into the engineering, because if you do look at studies, women get into engineering, but after 2-3 years, because the environment is not suitable, they quit. So we need to have mechanisms to ensure that women that have done engineering got into the jobs, they are sustained and companies change. We, as a department, have already conducted a study on women in the renewable energy utility scale. It will be launched. We have made some recommendations in the study. After we have looked at the evidence, it is clear that we are following the global trend and we need to change, and we have made recommendations on how companies need to change and ensure that they accommodate women. Then what employment opportunities in the renewable energy space, they are huge. I have already spoken about that. The issue of decentralization, entrepreneurship and leadership. One of the important things is, even in South Africa, it depends on whose statistics that you are getting. Others are saying we are 80%, others 92% electrified. There are so many different figures that are being thrown all over the show. But what is important is what we call the last mile community. Those communities which are very difficult and expensive to electrify using the grid, it will take many years for them to be connected, and for those we can use many grids and what we call solar home systems. That business, again, is a business that we can do because we know best what they need and how they want, what sort of energy they want to use and the quantities. But again, even here, it's led by women. So we need to make sure that as women, we also get into that business. And finance, as I already indicated, is very low. But we know that in Kenya, in Nepal, in India, women have done very well. So all other countries, including us here in the continent, we can also do that. Improve access to energy, productivity. Oh, sorry, I'm going backwards. Okay. They said I must raise this thing to it's not moving, guys. Okay, okay. Then we have already discussed employment opportunities. We have discussed it's going backwards. I think they are also trying to move as I move. The challenges, what are the challenges facing women, and even policy implementation? We do have policies, but one of the ladies said policies are there, but implementation of policies is lacking. Monitoring and evaluation of policies is also lacking. It's very important that we implement the policies. In South Africa, the constitution itself actually mandates government to be inclusive, empowerment of women. The strategies are there, the policies are there. In the Department of Energy, we also have our own gender policy, we own a strategy and implementation plan. But it's important that as a collective, and you also as women, ensure that you put pressure on government to implement and report to you. Then I think I'm running out of time. What can be done to accelerate? A number of initiatives can be done. The presentation can be given to you to ensure that we empower women through gender-responsive policies, capacity building, even quota systems and incentives for jobs. I don't think we need to be embarrassed about empowerment and transformation. It's a requirement. We are the majority in the population, and we need to be steering the ship. We must insist on access to finance, entrepreneurial support, inclusion, and participation of the civil society needs to be more vocal and ensure that they promote women empowerment. In conclusion, the shift to renewable energy presents a unique opportunity to advance gender equality and women economic empowerment in the energy sector, but it requires deliberate, inclusive policies, actions to ensure that just inclusive energy transition does not replicate and worsen the condition of women, but promote their inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that comprehensive look at why we should care about energy as consumers interested in cost and access, as caregivers in terms of the health impact of bad energy, the toxic elements that emanate from it, as entrepreneurs in a growing sector where we're not present, and of course, as workers and leaders of an energy, of a sector, an industry sector that could use women. I was in Spain last year for our summit there. All the CEOs in charge of utilities and energy companies were women. So it ain't new, so we could do it here. Now, let me hand over the running of this session to Professor Narnia. Yes, please welcome her again. Guess what? I am back. No, Professor Narnia has a TV interview, and as you all know, what you don't see doesn't happen. So she better do this to make W20 really important to the rest of the public. So excuse her for having to do TV interviews. Okay. Renewables. All of you know this, okay? It's been talked about a lot, but we are fortunate to have with us today Louise Paulson, who's the Vice President for Renewable Energy in the South African Synthetic Oil Limited, which is called Sasol. So please tell us, okay? Oh, you're going to run it as a panel? See, I was not privy to the structure of this session. Okay, so go ahead. And you were leading the panel. Yes. How wonderful. Thank you.
We are nothing if not agile. So hello, everybody. We know that we're between you and lunch, so we're going to be to the point, efficient, effective and powerful, and I can guarantee you that the speakers that we have here today are all of those things. I'm Karen Shippey, I work with the Western Cape Government, and I'm in environmental sustainability. So renewable energy is very close to my heart because it's one step closer to actually healing the world that we have whilst recognizing the needs that we have both for our economy as well as for society. So this particular panel is going to be looking at that nexus between climate justice, the energy transition that we've heard about this morning, and women's economic empowerment. And it really seeks to provide a platform for understanding some of those persistent gaps, some of which we've already heard from Elizabeth's speech this morning. And what we want to do is trying to drill down into some actionable strategies so that we can not only have climate action that is effective, but also equitable and inclusive, as we've just heard. So we're going to be looking at these issues and generating some concrete recommendations for policymakers, businesses, and international organizations. And to start us off, we have a presentation from Sanedi. So I'm going to be calling up Faith MacArthur, who is a driving force behind energy efficiency initiatives. She brings a wealth of experience to us, specifically in fostering sustainable energy practices. She is currently the Energy Efficiency General Manager at Sanedi, and she is one of these much lauded women engineers. Faith, if I can hand over to you.
Thank you so much for that great introduction, Karen. I don't know if you are able to tilt it, or I can step back if it's not possible.
You can do it from your seat, and you can see the screen.
Okay. I need a pointer as well. There we go. It's not showing us yet, so in the meantime, while they show the screen, I'll just introduce myself because I have all of 10 minutes. Good morning. I wasn't coming to Cape Town at all, but I had sent and prepped my team to attend NLIT, which is happening at the same time. They're perfectly capable, they're experts in their own right. They make me shine even brighter, so I'm very, very grateful to work with that group, mainly women as well, mainly engineers and scientists, so I'm very privileged. But the other reason is because at the tender age of 42, I decided I want to have a baby, so I have a 6-month-old. So my own personal reasons as well, I didn't want to travel. Thank you so much. Corporate South Africa is very brutal, so I'm very fortunate that I work for Sanedi, where I'm afforded the time away, and I'm somewhat able to control my travel schedules wherever possible, of course. As you can see, my topic is mainly on the issue of funding, which is actually very topical. And Elizabeth has covered some of the information that I'm going to touch on. But more than anything, it's about finding solutions. I've come a long way since the past 20 years. I used to speak very, deep technical engineering jargon, and I thought everybody would think I'm smart. But I've since learned that, solutions have to be very simple. If there's a real solution, it has to be simple, and everybody must understand it. So the grandmother in the rural Limpopo where I come from must be able to understand an engineering solution. You must be able to break it down for her and explain how we're going to stop load shedding, for example. And so I've come a long way, and I've tried to simplify this, and I hope you're going to enjoy it. By the way, I'm very glad that I got an invitation to come here. So when I wasn't coming and I had my team ready for NLIT and I was invited to come here, I didn't have to think twice because this speaks to my heart. Those of you who know me know that I do not speak about energy without speaking about the importance of including women as part of the solution in the energy space. So this is something that is very close to my heart. So thank you so much for the invitation. So without wasting too much time, I wanted to look at the stats and some facts and findings. And when you have 10 minutes, that's what you do, right? Globally, you probably can relate, but in Africa and South Africa, we get a lot of no's. I see there's just a few hell no's, but a lot of women entrepreneurs, which I respect very much, they get a whole lot of hell no's when they ask for financing, financial support, So it's very difficult. In terms of the challenges, I'm not going to go through each one of them, but you are familiar with some of those challenges. It's around we can't access land, or we can't own land, or it's very hard to do so if you want to. It's around the skills, the support, and the development aspect, which is still lacking, and I'm going to speak about it later. It's also about funding, which is also what the solutions that I'm going to provide are about. And of course, it's about discriminatory laws. In South Africa, we have policies, some beautifully written policies, and they are very good, effective policies, but we need to aggressively implement them if we are going to make sure that women become a part and parcel of the renewable energy economy in South Africa and in Africa. And of course, the gender-sensitive policies is something that, like I said, we have to make sure that not only do we implement them, but we also have to stop and see if they're working. So measuring and monitoring of those policies. This is a bit awkward because I can't see, so I've been advised to sit. Can you hear me? Oh, was it on? Okay. terms of the solution, there are simple solutions that I've looked at, and we don't even need to make it too complicated. But the first one is we need to review the terms and conditions of financing. Most of the funding that are funding renewable projects in South Africa is globally based, and it comes with terms and conditions that are simply not that are simply restrictive when it comes to addressing South African unique challenges and African unique challenges. So we need to go back to that and then revisit those terms and conditions to see, are they suitable for women? Do they give women an added advantage? Because they need to. Otherwise, women will not be players in the renewable energy economy. And then we need to introduce innovative women-centered renewable energy financial services. So number 2 speaks of the financial services, as in the funders, the bankers, but then the second one speaks of financial support, so the grants and other funding mechanisms. This is very important to go hand in hand because both are required. That's why I included both of them. One without the other might not be sufficient. And it depends on which value chain of renewable energy solution you are in. So at some point, you may need the first option, and then at other point, you may need the second option. So it's crucial that we provide those services. And the fourth one is to establish capacity building and skills development. By this, I'm not talking about the technical skills. You've already had my Elizabeth when she spoke about the technical skill. It's required, and we have a lot of women engineers who are probably not participating as they ought to. I'm talking about legal skills here. We're not trying to turn them into legal eagles, but we at least want to have a conversation where they don't feel left out. We're talking about financial skills so they can enter into sound contracts without disadvantaging themselves. It's very crucial. And I think I highlighted the word literacy because that simply means the ability to read, to write, to speak, and to listen in a way that lets us communicate effectively and make sense of the world from a legal perspective, from a financial perspective. As an engineer, I don't have those skills. As a scientist, you might not possess those skills, but those skills are required if we are going to have women participate in the renewable energy funding economy. So ultimately, we want to make a shift. So what the 4 solutions I spoke about will not be enough. So we also have to make sure that we provide technical guidance. What we do on the left, we must do on the right. We learned that in math, right? So the most important thing is to make sure that what we expect from funders, from organizations that we expect money from, we have capacitated them as well. So we must provide technical guidance. So when we say you must have women-centered financing options, you must focus on gender impact in your financing options, you must change your T's and C's. What we mean by that, so we ought to provide that guideline and make sure that they implement them properly. And then advocate for these new changes as well. We must also make sure that we incentivize them and provide rebates. Whether it's tax rebates or tax incentives, we must meet them along the way. We must be able to pay them back for the good work and the support that they offer our women. And then lastly, we must make sure that we measure and track progress and successes. You can't measure what you don't know, which is very unfortunate, but we have to be able to do it in order to improve. Every 5 years, we must make sure that we stop and make sure that we know what's going on and we know the improvement so that we can continuously make change. So with that, thank you so much. I see I'm also running out of time, so thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And we want to make sure that there is time for all of the panelists. So I now want to go to Elizabeth Paulson, who works in renewables at Sasol. So she's also been a managing director at Vestas South Africa, which is the largest onshore wind OEM. So she was the only woman in that position in the world. Louise has been a mentor to several in the wind industry, and she also volunteers. So she's an amazing human being as well as professional. And Louise, I think maybe you can just talk to us a little bit about some of the challenges. We've heard many of them today, but what's your perspective on this? And has enough been done to include women? It's on. You can. Carry on speaking, they can fix it.
I'm super excited to be here.
Okay, let's use this one.
There we go. Thank you. I don't think you've met a woman who loves wind as much as I do. I'm not going to talk about Sasol. I think we had Capital Markets Day 2 days ago, so there's been a lot of news about Sasol and our plans moving forward. What I would like to share with you is I work in corporate. I seem to like corporate, even though Faith has identified that sometimes corporate in South Africa can be very rough. It's not unique to South Africa. When I worked for global companies, not just Vestas, GE as well known in the energy sector, and you travel to the international conferences, and I would often, in fact, in Madrid, our esteemed moderator mentioned Madrid earlier, I would go there and as a leader, and I would be in a room, and there would be 56 people in the room. 50 of them would be men, 6 of them would be women, and 1 of them would look like me. So we still have a long way to go. We have come a long way, and I think in South Africa we've been very, very intentional because of our history. The electricity sector, if you know about it, has been very closed, very secretive. It was focused on the mineral industrial complex of coal and mining, very male-dominated industries, and also very closed to black people. There were a limited number of black laborers who, if you understand South African history, were allowed to participate in the sector as cheap labor to the sector, which is why our tariffs have remained so low. Now that I am in a leadership role in the sector, I sit here and I say, well, where to now? And I was having this discussion with Elizabeth earlier. And I look around me and I look at all of these wonderful IPPs that are in South Africa as a result of the forward-thinking government policies that we had to bring renewables into South Africa. And I see a lot of pale males, mostly foreigners. And it's a little disheartening because all of us sitting here went to the same universities, wrote the same exams, did the same technical skill sets, have sat on top of the turbine just like everybody else. So what have I done about that? When I was at Vestas, I made sure that we were training as many women as turbine technicians as men. It's an interesting fact that many of you may not know that submariners make very good turbine technicians, because if you can tolerate going down, you can usually tolerate going up. The inside of a turbine is very similar to the inside of a submarine, mostly because they are manufactured by the same European companies. So I made sure that we were using Saratech, which is the training school right here in Bellville, to train turbine techs. The unfortunate part of this is that as fast as I was training them, they were leaving South Africa because they would rather earn euros and dollars and pounds and other currencies than stay here and earn rands. I'm going to stop there because I can talk about wind and energy all day. And I think we want to hear from the other panelists as well.
Fantastic. So speaking of that, thank you. We're going to go over to Martina Rogato. She is the founder of the ESG Boutique, which is a consultancy service that assists companies to integrate sustainability and diversity into their strategies. But much more than that, she's also a co-founder of the Young Women's Network and is currently the president of the organization. She is also president of Human Rights International Corner, which is an NGO in Italy that she had a personal hand in developing. So welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy of being here in a country that knows very well how to fight for dignity and freedom and justice. So thank you so much.
So let's talk a little bit about these connections, the linkages between a green transition and human rights, as you've just introduced. And perhaps you can talk about some of the solutions so that our transition is not only just, but also a feminist transition.
With pleasure, I will share with you a few stories that I have the chance of discovering directly as my previous collaboration with the Amnesty International, and also thanks to Human Rights International Corner, because we do strategic litigation. This means that we support community in raise their voices, also against corporate abuses in different sectors, including oil and gas. Anyone from Nigeria here or Ecuador? DRC? Okay, no. Italy, yes, I know, I'm Italian and I see my delegation. I will share with you some stories, but let's start with a shocking truth. Every environmental damage always implies human rights violations. And I will tell you a few cases. Let's fly to Niger Delta in Nigeria. Niger Delta suffered years of exploitation from European oil and gas, included an Italian one, and causing devastating impacts and pollutions of air, land, water. Especially because of a practice named gas flaring. I don't know if you are familiar with gas flaring, of if you ever seen that 6-meter torch flaring fire and gases. Usually, gas flaring implies the burning of associated gas that the company doesn't use, and is a very polluting practice because you contaminate the atmosphere with chemicals, very bad chemicals. And it's not just a matter of impacting health of people, but if you remind for our primary school the acid rain phenomenon, contaminating air means contaminating the lands, and also the access to food of people and the right to work of people. If we're imagining farmers close to the Niger Delta's contaminated sites. So not just a matter of biodiversity, but implies violation of rights to health, rights to work, and living with dignity. Let's fly from Niger Delta to Ecuador in the Amazonia. 10 years ago, I had the chance of accompany Heriberto Gualinga, leaders of the community of Sarayaku, from Rome to Florence, and supporting him in sharing the story of the Sarayaku communities. A few decades ago, the Ecuadorian government sold the land of Sarayaku and to an oil and gas company, and this oil and gas company inserted tons of mines inside the sacred forest of Sarayaku, destroying the biodiversity of the community, but also affecting their rights to develop ritual and religious ceremonies. So it's not just a matter of injustice and violation of impacting on biodiversity, but is a violation of cultural rights. And let's move from Central South American to Europe, in Italy. I don't know if you are aware of the fact that today, if you are a young activist that want to peacefully protest and dissent against violation of human rights or not transitioning away strategies from fossil fuels, you can go to jail. So dissent, peaceful dissent for climate activists is today at a risk. This is why, for example, with Human Rights International Corner, we are part of a coalition with different NGOs, and we work with the OSCE, the OSCE, for protecting climate defenders. So it's not just a matter of environmental damages, it's a matter of human rights abuses that never comes alone. But let's go forward. So what we can do, so let's transitioning away from fossil fuels, let's start developing infrastructure based on electrification. Let's create hybrid cars powered by electricity. Let's continue our journey through the world and let's move to DRC, where according to UNICEF, there are something like 40,000 children extracting mines with their hands. And let's consider that 80% of cobalt is coming from DRC. Those children are extracting with their hands cobalt. It's not all the situation like that, but this phenomenon of exploitation and children abuse is very diffused. So the cobalt, I don't know if you are aware of this, is fundamental because it's in the battery of electric vehicles. So this is why it's important to transition away from fossil fuels. Hopefully we are able to achieve these goals. But it's also very important to do not replicate the same exploitation models, just changing industries, from oil and gas to electrification of hydrogen, of whatever we may invent, the human being will invent. So what does it mean to just end the feminist transition? Redistribution of power and resources. Guarantee decent work and social protection. But also full and equal participation of women in all of their diversity. I'm not focusing on this because I've listened to brilliant panelists reminding us that climate change is never gender neutral. And most of all, respecting human rights at every step of the value chain. Let's move and let's be positive on solution, because we have solution. This is the good news. We are living in bad times, but we have all solution to safeguarding human rights. And one of the most important things should be to regulate more the so-called due diligence. I don't know if you are familiar with due diligence. Due diligence is a simple impact assessment on human rights that would identify and then design strategies for mitigating impacts on human rights. Globally, the United Nations are bargaining a binding treaty on business and human rights to improve the standards, the mandatory standard on this. And let me say that also European Union recently delivered a directive. Now we just stopped the clock of the transition, so we need to raise our voice again, but let's stay positive on this. Just to conclude, because I see your eyes, look at that to me. Very quickly, solution. So, regulate and enforce human rights due diligence. Invest in women-led actions and solution. And reframe the care economy. I don't know if you ever noticed it. I'm thinking about the fact care economy is a low-carbon economy. So, and it implies the creation, the potential creation of an amount of jobs, but if we invest in social infrastructures. Last but not least, let's institutionalize gender-responsible planning and create a G7-level gender and climate task force. So thank you so much. I give you the floor to you.
Wow, Mantila, thank you. I love that idea of the care economy being part of our transition to a lower carbon economy. That's an amazing thought. So I want to bring us back into this space now, and I'm going to go to Simpiwe Ngwena, who is a registered environmental scientist, so she's another one of those gems that we have. And she is currently the senior manager for the mitigation team at the South African Presidential Climate Commission, the PCC. She manages projects to facilitate consensus on net zero pathways for each sector of the economy so that we can actually reach the Paris Agreement as well as ensure socioeconomic justice. So, Simpiwe, I'm going to come to you and I'm going to ask you really, what can we say about the JET? Has it been just some of the challenges? We've heard a lot this morning, but from your perspective, are there additional challenges that you want to talk about, and what does the data actually reveal?
Good, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for that intro. Yes, it's afternoon already. So I'm going to be cognizant of the fact that we do stand between everyone and lunch, so I will be very efficient so that I pull everyone along with me. So when we speak about JET, there's the just energy transition. There is the energy transition, which is something that is currently happening globally because of, changes in the way in which we are doing business and, the types of energy we are using. At the Presidential Climate Commission, when we speak about the just transition particularly, we speak about ensuring that as we transition to this new economy, no one gets left behind. And that is all anchored on three principles. It is the principle of restorative justice, redistributive justice, and one of procedural justice. So what we mean by that is that in moving towards this new economy that is being redesigned globally, no one is to be left behind. There would be no justice if this new economy does not try and correct the injustices of the past. Secondly, we think that the risks of this change should be equally distributed. And what do I mean by that? For example, there are regions that are more impacted than others because of this shift. For example, provinces of Mpumalanga are where our coal, mining industries lie. That's where our power plants lie. Those regions are really at risk in terms of the just transition impacts, even regions in the Eastern Cape, because that's where our local manufacturing lies in terms of vehicles. And our trade partners have announced certain trade bans in order to green, their productions. And so there are multiple forces pushing us towards this transition. And lastly, the third justice is about procedural justice. What we mean by procedural justice is ensuring that everyone is consulted, so that everyone, we can make the efforts to make everyone understand what we mean by the energy transition, what the risks are, but what is important within that process is that when people understand the looming risks, they can, in parallel, begin to identify their role in this current economy and their role in the future economy so that they can then take advantage of the opportunities. This is very important because at the Presidential Climate Commission, we take a developmental approach to issues of climate change and even sustainability at large, purely because we believe that we cannot solve for climate change without solving for some of these developmental issues. Why do I say that? South Africa currently, the situation in South Africa is not just. We have high levels of unemployment, about 30%. 60% of that is the youth. Our young girls are girls first, but they transition into being women. Our inequality levels in South Africa are the highest in the world. We have a Gini coefficient of 0.63%. Of course, the cause of this is the history of South Africa, because of, the apartheid history. But post-apartheid planning did not really help with this, reduce this inequality. And so as we transition, we are solving for multiple complex issues. That's why it is important in our role as advisory to government. The one, main recommendation we often make is that these policies cannot be created in silos. We find that departments, and it sometimes often happens within, the PCC, within our units, we work in silos. But in doing that, we tend to overlook certain issues. And so, for example, in the PCC, when we developed the Just Transition Framework, which is the blueprint for the Just Transition in South Africa, a cabinet-approved document, we had consulted widely. We've got stakeholders. I just want to name the social partners that we consult with because it often provides us with an interesting challenge in terms of how we forge consensus. We've got commissioners who were appointed by the president, of course, representing labor unions, representing business, We've got civil society commissioners, we've got government commissioners, some ministers as well as local government ministers, the mayor of Cape Town being one of them, as well as, academic experts and researchers. And in the beginning, I think someone said that's just for who? The just transition, the concept of just means different things for different people. The definition of it is very different for business. I think a just future for business is one where profits are increased. But for labor, a definition of just is one where workers do not lose their jobs. For civil society, a definition of just is a world where communities are not impacted by air quality and are dying from respiratory conditions because of air pollution plumes. And so in all of this, we have to forge consensus with regards to the pathway of moving to a low-carbon economy. And so you asked the question of, do we say, that the just energy transition has been just? I think we are in a process of trying to ensure that it is just, and I think it is everyone's responsibility to ensure that it is just. I want to circle back to the issue of the Just Transition Framework. When the Just Transition Framework was approved by Cabinet, we consulted widely with experts. We go to communities as well. We engage very extensively with communities, those communities that are at risk, but also those communities that have opportunities, for example, the Northern Cape, just to capacitate them, but also to equally learn from them because they are experts in their own right and their environments. We got critiqued as the Presidential Climate Commission that our work was not gender sensitive, which was true because that entire document was not gender sensitive. Fast forward, we moved along, we produced electricity recommendations that were, a vision of what an ideal electricity future would look like for South Africa, considering our our climate commitments in line with the Paris Agreement. I led that process as a woman, and I'm ashamed to say, towards the end, when the document was drafted, again, the document itself was not gender sensitive. So what we find is that, in us being developed as these scientific experts, we tend to lose, sight in terms of, some of these softer issues and these core elements that are important to reduce the inequality levels. And so we are currently at the PCC busy with making recommendations to the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and Environment on what the next submission of our climate change emissions reduction commitments should look like. For the first time, we then established a gender advisory committee so that we can try and ensure that, these NDC recommendations we are making and putting on the table have considered all elements, especially issues of gender. And so we identified what we called experts in terms of gender, noting that we, could not identify everyone because this is, unmarked territory for us. To help shape this document so that it is really very inclusive. We've had 2 engagements with these gender experts. And this was all to note that we acknowledge that as climate scientists, we are not gender experts. And so it's important for us to really hone in from the existing expertise. We've received some interesting, commentary and feedback in terms of what the climate commitments should really do in terms of gender. And for example, the climate financing element is one that is catalytical. And so issues of gender particularly should be enmeshed, within those structures and policies versus them being an add-on. I'm going to wrap up. I saw your hand. Also, the policy space is actually dependent on modeled results that are often produced by experts or researchers. We got a very interesting recommendation in that we obviously are consulting when you've got some, high-level results. It is important for the next set of recommendations and work that we do, and especially the modeled results from the onset, to incorporate these issues of gender and socio-economic justice. I'm going to stop there. Thanks.
Thanks, Simpiwe. So I think you brought in very well the issue of intersectionality and the fact that we do need to look at race as well. We do need to look at socioeconomic situations because opportunity is very different for different women as well, even if we do manage to get them to the front door. I'm going to just run through each of you, and I know we had additional questions, but I also know that lunch is ready for us. So I really want you to take, in 2 minutes, your messaging that you want to give. What is your practical action? The one thing that if you can convince these ladies in the W20 to take into discussions and to defend, what is that one thing? And Louise, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, so I made some damning comments about the lack of change in the sector, I suppose. And my challenge to all of you in the room is bring the men into the conversation, because right now the men are in decision-making positions as much as we are, more of them, quite obviously. And so Professor Mahale touched on it. If there are women in positions of decision-making now, they may well be there because a man opened a door for them. And we need our counterparts to understand why it is so important for them as decision makers to bring us into the conversation, to allow us into these leadership discussions. And without that catalyst to the change, I think it's not going to happen by itself.
Fantastic advice. I know I've got colleagues who always say, if you're not on the agenda, you might be on the dinner plate. So, Faith, let's go to you. For your takeaway, your big takeaway in terms of trying to make financial inclusion a reality, that one takeaway.
Yeah, so, is it on?
Speak some more.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so everything that I presented can happen in parallel. We don't have to do one, complete it, and then move on to the next one. But getting started is quite crucial. We have to start already. In instances where we haven't started, we have to pick up pace. So speed matters, getting started matters as well. Don't wait for all the policies. Don't wait for all the bankers to come together or the funding institutions to come together. Start where you are and start today. There's no better time than today.
Start where you are. Excellent. Let's pass the mic down to Martina. Your last words for us. Then we're going to go to Simpiwe, and we're going to close off with my Elizabeth.
Yeah. 60 millions of jobs will be created on sustainability and green things by 2050. I'm not inviting you to change your job, but to have a sustainability mindset in your job. You can think about your impact, how you can reduce it and improve it. And this is what sustainability is. We do not have black, white, what is right, what is wrong. We have just shadows of rainbow things to make things sustainable. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Simpiwe, your closing remarks.
Sure. So my closing remark is really around the emphasis of the role of women in STEM. Particularly, I want to stress the issue of skills, the relevant skills, especially at a lower level. And so the conversation is really important to happen at basic education level and then higher education in terms of, setting clear targets in terms of particularly our young girls that transition into women and then, that go into these careers. What is the block? What needs to happen to unlock, these opportunities, particularly at education level, so that it's easier for them to then catapult into their careers of choice. Thank you.
Fantastic. And my Elizabeth, you're going to round us off with your words of wisdom.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Interesting discussion. I think we need a mind shift. We have been sitting on the demand side of the energy space, and we need to switch to the supply side. And we need to take leadership in that supply side. As employees, we need to be leading. As academics, we need to direct the discourse. As business people, we need to invest. As my Elizabeth, with a little amount of money, if I see that there is an investment required, I must put a little bit of my money in the sector. It's going to grow. We are not going to stop it, and we'll make money in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. This was brilliant. I have to tell you, as an American, I'm embarrassed that we are out of the Paris Climate Accord. The most polluted areas in the United States are where people of color live, and the Department of Environmental Justice has been eliminated. All the financial incentives for more solar power, windmills, all kinds of renewables, as well as the creation of chargers for e-cars have been taken back. So I am proud of what you're doing. Don't follow what we are doing, okay? The greatest economy in the world is going backwards. But thank you. This was brilliant. All of you are. And I'm so delighted for W20 delegates to hear what you have to say. Energy may not be thought of as a high priority, but you have put it in the foreground, and I thank you for that. Brilliant. Thank you. Okay, now, lunch. We are so late, okay? So supposedly we have just finished lunch if we follow the schedule. So everybody back here by 1:30. 1:30, okay? Come back. Thank you. Well, I'll be here. I'm coming back in the afternoon. Will you be here?
Yeah, like yes. One more, sorry.
think what she's saying is very key and fundamental to see if you've missed something. I'm an engineer. I was working at CASA. I applied for voluntary retrenchment. I got retrenched and I went into business. So, thank you. So I'm not a researcher. There's a lot that I can learn from people who've been in anything longer than I am. So I would like to get involved in that process of sharing those recommendations. So I'll be engaging further than that.
But I did tell you. Yes.
Thank you. This
2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Ok. Et. Ok. Ok. Et. Ok. 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Ok. Et. 2, 2, 2.
This guy, man. Like this. And always. So sometimes when the project is watching, that's when we will strike it when
How many of us are there in person? No, I'm fine. I'll sit here. So that it will be easier for me with my steel replacement. No, okay. Yeah, it'll be easier to.
Yeah, well, I start and
yes. Yeah, and then the others.
My question to you will be, if you can share your final thoughts regarding, based on your experience, regarding what you listen from different speakers as a final thought.
Yes, but still in line with the rural work.
Yes, of course. I can say based on your experience with rural women in Botswana and in Africa, specifically in Botswana, what do you do?
Just say, based on your lived experience and spaces in which you work, what should you do more of?
No, I can say your final thoughts and reflection and about how face these challenges with rural women, and then you can get better on that. It's a Japanese kimono, traditional, Asian.
Not the new ones that aren't.
No.
They don't do them like that.
It's the ancient.
Yeah, they don't do them like that anymore.
I'm going to check because Russia has.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon.
You can sit close to me because after me you will be, and then Betul, and there Microsoft. So you can sit here. Let's. Okay, let's try the video. This way or that way? That way. Paula, do you want to check the video?
Test, okay.
Then Elena virtually from Russia. And you,
Test.
and then Sipo from Google virtually. Thank you. And then at the end, Lolo, she's from Botswana.
Test,
she's going to
test.
sit here. And here, who is going to be seated here? Here or this one? This one. Kamala. change these laces?
Yeah, before starting or come? Switch it off on my side. Before starting or switch everything on.
Now is what is it?
You can check here, but yes, I integrate it.
Thank you for your this
It looks weird. Oh, okay. Is that fine? Okay, thank you.
The real one.
The real one.
No, everyone,
Seating,
we are
exactly.
going to be seated.
Perfect, perfect,
I'm going
yes.
to be seated. I'm going to make the
Of course.
and then I will sit here.
Because it's a conversation.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
okay.
Because
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
you can with this one use the chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, should I go on? Become serious about life. Thank you.
Üreten kadın, mutlu kadın, üreten kadın, güçlü kadın.
No, I want to check the other part. How about me? Yes, Lolo has, and I asked her to. I have you. Okay, I want to send this. So after that, the opportunity part, Tamara first, and then Tamara first from GSMA about mobile operators and so on. That gives place to you. So Tamara and you. You're the first. After me.
It's all right, Anshima. Nice to meet you. You're with Microsoft. I'm with GSMA. But I also
I just added the Women 20 logo just because we have to try to unify the if it doesn't work, you have to point to that. Perfect. Sifo. And at the end, Lolo. So Lolo, I will put this one and give you the floor to you, and you can make the final.
Since I wear multiple hats, I also co-head the youth delegation W20 and co-chair the task force step. So we also that's right, exactly. In fact, as GSMA, so I obviously introduced co-head the GSMA. So before all the exactly. slide presentation. I think they're actually co-chair is in Vodacom. Yes. Yes, digital transformation, that's what, yeah. Yes. Especially now, after USA was abolished, from more scars, you know? Yeah. Of course, 100%, because otherwise you're leaving half the population behind. So, yeah, it's just, it's been disheartening sometimes, but now you need to continue. Yes, exactly. It's a lot to consider. And are you based in Cape Town? No. Johannesburg. This is where the Microsoft office is. Okay. Okay. Durban as well. Yeah, Durban. The original. Even you were there. Yes. Sure. Yeah. Of course. Yes, which is where, yeah. We're the same, so we have an office in Nairobi, which covers Georgia. We do have a colleague based in South Africa. It's only one colleague, Monday, but she's based in Pretoria, so she will join immediate. But our biggest hub in Africa is in Kenya. Yeah, for us, Africa is huge. Yeah. Africa is a big hub. It's in Kenya, Morocco, Nigeria, Egypt, so we move with them. Yes. Great. How long are you? Until Sunday. Yes. But you know what's my third time here, so. Yes. That's direct. Yeah, exactly. No, this time not direct. But normally I'm based in Wales. Normally it's easier. It's not. But yeah, I've been fortunate enough to have been to Cape Town before, so, but of course I still want to see a bit. But I'll come here often. Every time I'm here, I also still want to see a bit. It's just, right? Come on. It's the gem of Africa. It's just very special. Before the discussion, I just hope people will, maybe I should send a message in the group, because I want to do that, because we asked for my flights to be moved when I saw how late we were. You're traveling tonight? I'm traveling tonight. What time is your flight? What time is your flight? They're moving it right now to later at night. They said, I tried to. You'll be done by 5. Your flight is around 5. Okay, I'm going to start it today. Move the flight from the I'm leaving tomorrow morning. I thought about that, but I didn't get from the airport to the office. I don't know. I'd rather go home first. Do we have people who can help us put it on? Yes. Jakarta? Yes. When did you arrive?
The same.
It's really late and it's also not. That's why. I messaged in the group. It's not fair for the panelists, but also for us. When we also have, I need to jump on a call. And you're unfair for us. Yeah. So we're already very late. Yeah. Starting. Exactly. You already put on the group? I put in the group. Yeah, yeah. Ah, good for me. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just not like it's not respectful. Fabiana. Sit down. Yeah. Make it in front.
I'm assuming you got yes, but you know it's not the audience Q&A. We want it, but let's.
I think it's the timing.
I think too, but we need. I have 8 people. 2 are connected, so if everyone will be. We respect the time. We have between 5 and 7 minutes each. Yeah. So maybe we can add
Nice to meet you, Kamara. Which is my should I go to the restaurant then? Okay. I appreciate that. I can do that. You always just
Yes, oh, yeah, okay. How are you? Good to you.
Nice to meet you.
Lovely.
Looking at the slide, congratulations. No, but congratulations. You are being with them. You know how we work reducing time.
Yes, we must after this. Yes. Let's make sure that you'll contact or I'll get the phone from the other or we send it. And I'll make
Really? Excellent. I'm going to talk about data at the same time. I actually have to hats because I call delegation which is how I ended up, well, which is why I'm speaking
No, me Fabiana you can't.
Okay, stop. Don't be celebrating.
Don't worry.
No. I'll eat later. What do you mean by later? Yeah, we eat dinner. Are you okay with that? Okay, I think yeah, I'll do it for you. I'm okay. But you have an office that's not
other experiences in Latin America. And many times with regional community development is that governance is a challenge and it's
Because we can't exist on our own. We need an ecosystem to make sure that the technology works and that
Hello, hello, please. We are going to start now. Please take your seat. Waiting for the first slide and we will start. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for being here after lunch. I know it's not easy, but we'll try. We'll try to make the panel as interesting as we can with these amazing panelists and speakers. Thank you to Women 20, to South African delegation, to supporting us in organizing this panel, because we really wanted to highlight the role of rural women. Is such a cross-cutting topic that we started from Argentina presidency in 2018. This was a new topic that from Argentina, we proposed.
because we think there is a lot of course, vulnerability, but also potential that we can reinforce, strengthen to achieve not only the SDG number 5, the gender equality goals, but also the general UN SDG goals, because as we all know, without gender equality, it's impossible to achieve the other 16 SDG, no? So the idea of this panel, the aim of this panel is to highlight and to explore different experiences that we have been implementing in the different countries of Women 20 platform, and then to install a dialogue with the audience, of course, but also with some of the most important tech corporations at global level, like Microsoft and Google and the GSMA. So we can understand and we can find or identify some key action, and one of them is to put different stakeholders together, creating an ecosystem of course, to accelerate our work and to achieve the gender equality that we all want. As FAO, according to data delivered by FAO, as we know, and you can see in the slide, if rural women could really access the same means such as technology, credit, infrastructure than men, we could generate an increase in the global GDP on about $1 trillion. And of course, at the same time, we could reduce food insecurity, making more than 45 million people out of hunger. So we have a huge opportunity here to contribute to our agenda. What have been done? Well, I will start with Argentina, because of course, it's my country and it's the region where I've been working for the last 25 years, in the Gran Chaco region. The Gran Chaco region is located in part in Argentina, but also in Brazil, Bolivia, and Paraguay too. It's similar, the area, to South Africa, because it's about 1 million kilometers square, similar to South Africa, but with a very lower population. We have a very low density in the population, but with more than 20 different indigenous people that conserve and maintain their languages, their culture, and huge biodiversity. The Gran Chaco native forest is the second one in Latin America after Amazon, so we have cultural diversity, biodiversity, but at the same time we are facing, of course, the global challenges such as climate crisis, deforestation, and of course poverty. So in this context, with my organization and a wider network that we have been building with company, with other NGO, with local communities, and so on, we define a strategy based on rural women. So, because for us it always has been a key actor. And the first step, we work in 3 axes, in parallel axes. Firstly, the economic autonomy, so implementing and improving the productive activity, which is not a silo, no? You know, it's an integrated productive system, so with agriculture, of course, but also forestry, livestock, beekeeping. So the impact in food security is very important, but at the same time, incorporating technology, accessing market. Also, women can access, and as you can see, there's more than 71% of women can sell their production at a national level, but also they started to export some of their products. But we can achieve really an integrated development only with productive development. We need to reinforce organization and digital transformation as well. But organization, because it's not about one person, one rural woman in isolated context. We need to create association, network, and because it is a collective challenge. That's why we work a lot in creating association, cooperatives. Now there are more than 5,000 women working in this network, only in Argentina. And that's why, and in this way, having our economic autonomy and having strengthened strong organization in the field, grassroots organization working together, we can face the digital transformation. Because the digital transformation in our area is not only about to train women. Of course, it's important, the training part, and we need to co-design the program together with local communities, because it's not so easy, because women are facing different barriers, not only linguistic, also culturally and so on. So the programs must be designed together with local community. But one of the other important problems that we have in this region that is so wide and with low density, population density, is to have a good quality, a high quality of the connectivity. If we look at the statistics, Argentina, I think it's almost 90% of the territory has internet. But the reality shows that this internet is not a good quality. So the women can at least send a message, but they can access an e-learn platform or access different platform and so on. So we need to improve and to develop a new kind of business related to connectivity. That's why we create an ecosystem, and based in women organization, we create local companies, integrated, of course, and led by women, but also by young people, young indigenous people, managing internet at local level. In association with a internet provider located in the city, in the urban environment. So community alone, they couldn't, and also the internet provider alone, they couldn't get to the rural environment, to the rural area, because the costs are too high, because it's too expensive to maintain the service and so on. So we created this ecosystem together with different stakeholders, and now we have more than 46 internet companies led by indigenous women in the different communities with a good quality, a high quality of the connection. And this is, for us, an important goal. Having connectivity, having economic autonomy, and having strong organization in the field, we could build this early warning system, contributing local community to generate information. It's not only about receiving climate information, but many times in rural environment, formal institutions don't have the information. So we need local communities to integrate the information, to deliver, in this part, in this territory, accepting this or that. So this alert system is co-creating together with the communities. And now, okay. And having built with this platform, with this network, local organization, and now the challenge is, well, how we can innovate, how we can scale up, because we are working with more than 150,000 people in the communities, but we have a lot more community that want to integrate this platform. So, as you all know, the international cooperation for the development is facing a global crisis. And we see that in carbon market, it can represent a new opportunity, especially after the last COP29 in Baku, where this market has been regulated a lot more. So many companies, and we are going to talk about that with Microsoft, with Google, are exploring, are developing different projects in this sense. And in this way, we can deliver, we can generate support and resources for local community. Just managing their own natural resources. But for that, we need to reinforce the governance, because a carbon market requires a long-term commitment, 20 years, 40 years. So the local communities must to reinforce their own governance to be prepared now to access this new market. And as Women 20, but as our vision in general is to create the alliance to scale up the different experience, because we need to accelerate the different action that we are going to see in this panel, and we have seen also during this Inception meeting. We have many successful experiences. We need to scale up, and I think that Women 20 represent a key alliance, a key platform to generate, to amplify these experiences, so we can accelerate our work and achieving a more gender equality in all the aspects. So we are working, we are scaling up with Bolivia, Paraguay, the same project that we are implementing in Argentina, and also we are designing a pre-project in Senegal, looking at similar environment, because the Grand Chaco is a semi-arid region, so is Senegal and Sahel region. So this is one of the examples that I wanted to share with you, because I think that Women 20 in this kind of event can help a lot finding new alliances and think together how we can scale up this different experience. So this is the introduction, and entering directly to a concrete experience in Latin America and in Argentina. And I will pass the floor is yours, Uli, to Indonesia. She's going to share the amazing experience that they are implementing there. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I have only 5 minutes, right? Okay. Okay, I would like to share how digital literacy programs in Indonesia can be a key to empowering women. As you know that Indonesia now have the population 278 million, and 49% is our women and girls, is around 136 million. And then from the 136 million, we have the 60 million, or around 44% live in rural area. So women live in rural area actually have a great potential to be an agent of change. W20 have a programs with one of the biggest telco in Indonesia, XL Axiata, and then here are some of the key results of the achievement. Okay, thank you. The program name is a SisterNet. SisterNet has empowered at over 4,000 micro, small, medium-sized enterprises. This is since launched in 2021. And this is when we start W20 Indonesia was preparing for the presidency G20 in Indonesia. And then this is with a target of digitizing approximately 1 million Indonesia females for their MSMEs by 2025, by this year. And then the program provide free digital literacy classes, free digital literacy classes, webinars, and educational content to enhance women digital skills and online safety awareness. And the SisterNet support women entrepreneurship and economic opportunities through digital platform. And then now the resulting in up to 13% their profit growth and 75% acceptance rate of business digitalization among participants and the 30% improvement for product quality. Oops, sorry. Okay, the program fosters women's leadership skills and participation in decision-making process, with many participants taking on more active roles in their communities and workplaces. And then the impact of course, we have the partnership there with some of the private sector. And then the current impact now, around 890,000 women, almost 1 million, registered in SisterNet application. And this success is intended to motivate other women to join and use the platform on their path. And the future plans, we would like to continue to women's entrepreneurship and leadership development in Indonesia, with focus on expanding digital literacy and economic opportunities for more women, to help women become more independent and success. And our target for the next is 2.5 million women join with SisterNet program. And then we also contributing to more inclusive economic growth in Indonesia. And the conclusion of this, that the SisterNet is making a significant impact in empowering Indonesian women, and we are committed to continuing our effort to support women's economic empowerment and leadership in leadership development, because we believe that rural women should be, you are strong and you can do it, and then you will become success. Thank you.
Thank you, Uli. And now we are going to another part. Sorry, another part to Turkey, and Betul is going to tell us and to share the amazing experience of Karem in Turkey. Thank you.
Is it on? Yes. Okay. No, please do. Okay. Well, distinguished friends and delegates, I'm Dr. Betül Özer Çiçek, Deputy General Manager of KADEM, Women and Democracy Foundation, operating from Turkey. I'm responsible for advocacy, international relationships, and strategical development. And today I'm honored to share with you all one of our most impactful projects, our CoPro initiative, the Women's Cooperative Support and Coordination Center. This is a best practice model for empowering women, particularly rural women entrepreneurs, through digital transformation. And I have to underline one thing though, with CoPro we aim not only to enhance women's economical empowerment and participation, but also to contribute to food security, climate resilience, and digital inclusion. The second slide, the second one. No, yeah, this one. No, the one before that.
No, before.
Okay, that one. Thank you. Yeah. So let me now walk you through the project itself, CoPro, and now how it turns these ambitions into action. CoPro is a national initiative that has been launched in 224 to institutionalize and strengthen women's cooperatives across Turkey by supporting digital literacy, infrastructure, and business development. We aim to build sustainable and impactful cooperatives, especially in rural areas. We bring together cooperatives, entrepreneurs, civil society, and the private sector to form a collaborative ecosystem that fosters inclusive economic development. And through this network, we hope to address urgent global challenges as well, like ensuring local food resilience, promoting adaptive production models, and expanding digital access as a right, not as a privilege or a luxury. So, how do we transform this vision into tangible outcomes? Let me explain our core pillars of action. First one is capacity building, digital marketing, e-commerce, cooperative governance, training. The second one is infrastructure access, supporting upgrades in hygiene, packaging, and adaptive, especially climate adaptive production with food production in focal place. And the third one is accreditation and certification, facilitating systems like HACCP, compliance, and sustainable practices and standards. And we also aim for market access and digital tools, zero commission access to platforms like Hepsi Burada. It's one of Turkey's most leading e-commerce platforms, and support for local and green labeling and branding. And finally, disaster preparedness and resilience is important for us. Strengthening local security and supply chains, securing access to the needs, and reducing dependency to external markets. Together, these efforts support the development of resilient, community-based production systems led by women. Yeah. So, of course, the previous one, yeah. Of course, to build effective systems, we also need tools to evaluate and improve. That's where our assessment model comes in. We developed an 8 criteria framework, assessing member participation, production capacity, strategy, collaboration, education, social responsibility, financial performance, and democratic governance. Based on these, cooperatives are classified into 5 levels, from strong to those needing access and support. And this helps us design targeted interventions. 3 of these criteria are especially critical to food and climate resilience. Production processes need to be clean, scalable, and climate smart. Social responsibility is a must. Community engagement and sustainability practices must be applied. And financial indicators, resilience against economical shocks, are a must also. We have a small example for that. Take, for example, Beypazarı Kınalı Eller Cooperative is one of our best cooperative examples. With over 8% member participation and solid working capital, they are rooted, deeply, profoundly rooted in the local economy. However, they face challenges such as lack of insured labor and climate-smart packaging. These areas are the areas we are working to improve. And how far we have come. Let's look at CoPro's reach and impact on the ground. We are currently working with 16 women's cooperatives across 13 cities in 5 regions. These cooperatives represent key sectors in food, agriculture, textiles, and crafts. Over 260 women have joined formal training and entered the digital economy. Many are elderly for the very first time. This transformation goes beyond income. It's about creating women-led production, especially food production systems that are local and sustainable, digital platforms that connect producers directly with the customers, and climate-resilient production infrastructure. In short, as we like to say in Kadam, this is resilience in practice. And naturally, we have faced challenges, but each has prompted creative solutions. Key barriers included outdated production facilities vulnerable to several risks, including climate risks, limited use of digital sales channels, and weak cooperative networks and disaster preparedness. Our response had been and has been multi-layered. Investments in risk-resilient infrastructure and cooperative partnerships, revenue enhancement and joint procurement engagement strategies, and training on e-commerce, digital branding, smart packaging, and safety. We believe that when women-led cooperatives are equipped with tools for adaptation, they become agents of resilience in their communities. So, as far as Kadam is concerned, CoPro is more than a project. It's a proof of concept that when women lead, communities thrive. With every cooperative we support, we take one step closer to a future that is inclusive, that is climate conscious, and locally resilient. Thank you.
Üreten kadın, mutlu kadın, üreten kadın, güçlü kadın.
Okay, great. And now, can you hear me? Yes? Now we have Elena, delegate from Russia. She couldn't arrive to Cape Town. She tried yesterday. Elena, are you connected?
Yeah, I'm with you, and my soul is originally with you, but my body is somehow how did not arrive. Sorry.
We appreciate the effort. Istanbul doesn't allow you to arrive.
Sorry, but we already scheduled a meeting with Gulden in Istanbul, so we will. Anyway, we will move forward.
Okay, thank you, Elena. So, tell me how I can help you. The idea is if you can share your experience in Russia with carbon market and local communities. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Fabiana, for organizing such an amazing session. And it is really important discussion we are holding since 2020 we started doing with Uli in Indonesia in 2022, and then we continued with support of Narnia in charge of climate, all the conference of party COP conferences, and continued last time in Argentina. So second slide, please. The current trend of the climate change is alarming. January 2025 has already been recognized as the hottest January on record. The average global temperature in January exceeded the pre-industrial level by 1.75 degrees Celsius. So what we are doing, how we are preparing for disaster. We do have a comprehensive system of disaster prevention and response, particularly focused in rural areas. It's like readiness of warning system, development and updating evacuation plans, and training of the population of the rules of behavior in case of emergency. Slide number 3. We would like to talk about reducing gender divided in rural areas because digitalization is key to sustainable rural development, as we started discussing it in North Sumatra. I remember the best example of the rural woman of Indonesia. And now we done a study increase in digital literacy and internet access. According to the Ministry of Agriculture, which our ministry, head of the Ministry of Agriculture is woman, Oksana Lut, and among 9 deputies, 5 are female. So I'm very proud of this ministry. About 40% of women in rural areas are interested in additional education and development of digital skills. So to support women, we do have large-scale educational and competition programs like Mom Entrepreneur. This is a federal program, Ministry of Economical Development in charge. Also, female Deputy Minister Tatiana Ilyushnikova leads this program. Women in agribusiness. This leader is also Deputy Minister Marina Afonina. It's a competition for women leaders and entrepreneurs in the agro-industrial complex. And women leader, this is done with support of Eurasian Forum, Galina Karelova, and the leader is Maria Afonina. We have several more programs, but due to shortage of the time, I will not point them. For the carbon market, it's slide number 4. Yeah. Since we are very new babies on the carbon market, our carbon market was established in 2022, and we have the National Register of Carbon Units. This is a tool for accounting and monetizing the results of climate projects, to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and increasing the absorption. So there are 46 climate projects. Next slide, please. And it consists of 4 projects to prevent greenhouse gas emission, 5 to increase the absorption, 4 forestry, and 1 project in agriculture. It's also amazing. A lady in Samara region is leading this project. 52 projects to reduce emissions. This is in accordance with new technological solutions. And 2 are combined projects, including 1 project in agriculture and 1 project it's watering of aquatic lands. So according to current data, the largest contribution to the greenhouse gas emission is made by energy and industry, and the share of agriculture is less than 10%. However, the potential for emission reduction in climate projects in agriculture remains very significant. For rural area, the carbon market is an opportunity to introduce new agro-technologies, attract investment in soil restoration, and create new jobs and increase incomes for farmers and rural entrepreneurs. We also are very focused on monetizing carbon units. And last year there was an amazing deal. Then Arabic Foundation came to Russian register and bought carbon units from Russian register. So we are proposing to collaborate, to share ideas, share knowledge on climate agenda, because the whole world is common, and climate agenda, it's about all of us. And sustainable development in rural areas is impossible without integration of modern technologies, support for women leadership, and active participation in global climate initiatives. Thank you very much. My soul with you, sisters.
Thank you, Elena. That's right, exactly. This is the idea, now how we can accelerate this kind of project, because on one hand we have this urgency to reduce the global warming, at the same time we have an opportunity. So thanks for this experience. So now the idea is now I'm going to change my position. I'm going to ask to Tamara. Sorry, I'm doing too much, because we wanted to start to talk with private sector, and in this case to a mobile expert in mobile company, how are mobile operators in Africa working in improving digital skill with women and girls, and particularly with rural women? No? With this, as we have been talking, it's a big challenge.
Thank you, Fabiana. I hope you can hear me. I'll try to be brief. I know we are running out of time, and it's a very complicated topic. But first, I wanted to start with a bit of understanding of the data, right? So why are we talking about the importance of digital inclusion for rural women? I mean, I hope it's not a shock for most of you that access to a mobile phone is still unachievable for millions of women out there. I mean, 886 million women remain unconnected. Obviously, as GSMA, we track the mobile gender gap primarily across low and middle income countries. Right, and you see that our latest data, which was published just last week, indicates that women are still 14% less likely than men to have access to mobile internet. Now, you can imagine for rural women, that is even, the gap is even wider because, of course, they are the least, let's say, they're most disproportionately affected by lack of connectivity, right? And again, the data you see on the slide speaks for itself. Now, why is this important? Because rural women represent half of all women across low and middle income countries. So therefore, of course, connecting them can help us bridge the digital gender gap overall, right? And of course, the transformative power that mobile connectivity has in turn on rural women is significant. Why? Because if they're connected, they can have access to critical information, such as, of course, financial services, agricultural training, even simple information about the weather forecast, right? And then in turn, that can, of course, help particularly rural women farmers or smallholder farmers. And so on that note, what is preventing rural women, but women overall, right, from connecting, you may ask. Now, we talk a lot about literacy and digital skills, but guess what? I have news for you. That is not the number one barrier. The number one barrier is affordability, and particularly handset affordability, because mobile data affordability has actually been improving by 7% year on year. Handset affordability has not. That has, unfortunately, continued to exacerbate. And so when we want to bring rural women online, we need to think about how can they afford a mobile device. And here I talk about basic handset. I mean, smartphones, the gap is even wider, right? Then, of course, knowledge and digital skills come into play. And of course, Uli spoke at length about an Axiata digital literacy initiative. But to answer your question concretely, Fabiana, what are operators doing about this? I mean, we heard about Axiata in Indonesia. Let me give you the example here of MTN in South Africa. So they ran a digital literacy campaign called Data Smart, which basically aimed to educate their customers right on how they can use their device. Because of course, that is still a barrier, particularly for women. Women also, and rural women in particular, tend to use their mobile device for a lot less, let's say, there are lesser user cases, so to speak, right? They don't take advantage of the full phone's features, let alone, of course, digital financial services, etc., right? And so MTN launched this campaign. They actually used a free tool the GSMA develops. It's called the Mobile Internet Skills Training Toolkit, which is completely free. It can be used by anyone, not just an operator. It's freely downloadable from the GSMA website, and of course we have trainers who can further facilitate. And so what MTN did here in South Africa is they actually used this training toolkit in turn when they were, and they trained their sales agents, which by the way happen to be women. Why? Because women feel more comfortable comfortable purchasing from a woman. So they train their female sales agents on these tools so they can in turn encourage female customers to utilize their device, sign up to a data plan, etc. And that was highly successful. MTN didn't launch this campaign just in South Africa. They ran it in 8 African markets, and as of 2021, they've expanded. So that's just one example, right? And then, of course, you see the other 3 barriers, which are just as important, of course, and lack of relevant content is just as important because, again, women need to stay online. They don't need to just connect online, right? And for them to stay online, they need to have relevant content, but they also need to feel safe, right? Which is why, of course, safety and security remains as a critical barrier. And then, of course, access. Here we mean, basic access to electricity, right? Which, or even lack of appropriate sales agent, which can prevent them from coming online. And so what is the commercial and social opportunity, right, of closing the mobile gender gap? Because again, in a W20 context, we want to relay this message to our G20 governments because we talk about why gender equality is the right thing to do all the time. What we don't talk about very often is why this is the economically savvy thing to do. And you can see that by closing the mobile gender gap across low and middle income countries alone, that can add 1.3 trillion in GDP over the next 7 years, which is, of course, a very impressive figure. And here, of course, I also wanted to highlight, when we talk about the social opportunity, of course, a project that our innovation fund ran. It was a project that provided funding and technical assistance to mobile network operators across Africa and agri-techs. And the idea, of course, was to help them scale digital agricultural solutions. And what was interesting and what we found out is that actually 93% of the women farmers who took part in this project took advantage of the digital advisory services that were being provided. And so that leads us to conclude that, of course, providing such digital advisory services is key to bringing rural women online and making sure they are using digital agricultural solutions, right? Because they can be transformative, and I already spoke about the importance for that. And maybe also something to highlight. Keep in mind that on average, rural women are 40 to 50% less likely to have access to a mobile phone, right, compared to a rural man. So again, being able to showcase the added value of such digital agricultural solutions can really make the difference and sway them from coming online. And maybe to wrap up, since again we are in a W20 context, I wanted to issue several recommendations to your respective governments, and also, of course, if there are government representatives here, that are very easy to implement. And here, I must congratulate actually the South African government, because just 1 month ago, they removed the luxury tax on smartphones because they no longer consider smartphones a luxury good, because it's not a luxury good, right? It's an essential it's an essential, right? And so, therefore, as of last month, there is no longer tax, which was at the time 9% tax on smartphones below the value of 2,500 rand. So that is just a simple example of how the South African government, for example, is encouraging adoption of mobile technology and, of course, internet in particular. So hopefully other governments can follow this advice. And of course, on knowledge and digital skills, it's very important that governments work with the private sector, right, in implementing digital literacy initiatives, which of course increase the level of confidence and digital skills. So, and here I have posted QR codes to two excellent studies. One is our Mobile Gender Gap Report, which was just launched last week, and the second is a great example of public-private sector partnerships, and it's a framework that the Equals Global Partnership for Gender Equality in the Digital Age worked on, which recommends for the first time a gender transformative approach to the implementation and also, of course, formulation of digital skills education programs. I must say it's groundbreaking because we, of course, coined a definition for gender transformative digital skills education for the first time. So I encourage you to download that publication as well, and there's lots of best practice initiatives there as well on how governments, but also other stakeholders can begin to implement gender transformative digital skills education initiatives, which aim to dismantle these harmful social stereotypes which are holding women and girls back and are not just delivering digital skills. So I end on this note. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, do you have? Yes, Lerato. She's going to, if you can please, tell us about what Microsoft now is doing, facing this big challenge of reducing gender gap in digital inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabiana. Distinguished guests, good afternoon. It's been interesting just listening to the panel, and I think we have almost similar perspectives around some of the things that need to be resolved globally. And when I reflect personally, without revealing much of my age, 30 years ago when I went to university, that was the first time I held a PC in my hands. And it is just a complete disservice to the youth that there are people in South Africa today that will handle a PC or a laptop when they enter university only. So the quest that we are on as Microsoft is to ensure that we drive digital access to the ground, all the way to rural areas, all the way to young people in schools, so that they are empowered far earlier than what is happening now. We recognize that technology can easily be elitist if we do not do that. So I know Microsoft is known as an enterprise organization. However, we also see ourselves as a South African entity and a responsible South African entity. So we work with government to ensure that we take our technology all the way to the rural areas, as I said. So when I look at the pillars, how we work with, okay, there we go. I was warned about this. Okay. Quite a hard click. Okay, but anyway. Oh, there. All right. Thank you. So when we look at the pillars that we are working with to address, the digital divide in rural areas, and some of this information has already been shared, we look at it in three lenses. We talk about connectivity, and we talk about connectivity from what you just said, Tamara, from a access and affordability perspective, because we recognize that, yes, there's a mobile device element, but we all know in South Africa that data is also quite expensive. So how do we help youth access, connectivity without having to purchase data in the way that it is presented to them today? And how we do that is through technologies such as TV white spaces and airband technology, where there's a frequency through some of the digital villages that we build, where youth can access technology and content without having to go through the data barrier that exists today. And then another thing, and we've spoken about it at length, is skills. We do know that we have to be covering the digital skills issue that exists today. And we want to work with the youth for digital skills, for employability, not for the sake of how many people have you trained. The question is, how many people have you trained and are employed today, or you have given them skills that they can take into the marketplace? And as such, and through the democratization of skills that we're working on, we work with a lot of NGOs to provide AI skills, data science skills, at a length or a range of technology skills that they take to rural girls and also just like rural communities, women and people that work within industry such as food services. We were talking about that earlier, to ensure that they get access to the skills that they need to progress economically. And some of the programs that we are very proud of, we've worked with institutions
institutions like YES on partnership. Okay, I am now forgetting to click my own. So we've worked with the likes of YES for youth in terms of delivering digital skills. And when we look at the work that we've done there, we've got about 80% employment rate out of the skilling initiatives that we have delivered. And we also run programs like, Black Girls Code and Girls Who Code, so that we deliver coding skills to youth and all the way to high schools. I think earlier there was, a mention of the importance of working with Department of Education in delivering some of these things. So we use government and Department of Education as a conduit to deliver these skills to the education institutions today. The one piece that we're really, like all this work, the one piece that we're fundamentally driving towards is economic development. Because we recognize that skills, training, and all of these wonderful things, if they will not develop economic muscle for our communities, it is all in vain. And when we look at the ecosystems that we are working with, it is important for us to work with NGOs that drive, the economic growth into the regions and into the rural areas. We provide infrastructure, that's our strength, but one of the things that we do very well as well is bring investments through these NGOs so that they deliver economic freedom and development to the rural areas. To date, we have introduced about 1.3 billion of SMME investments into the country. And I guess to this point, my plea is throughout the days I've heard of so many NGOs that are represented here today, is how do we partner with you to ensure that in the work that you do, in whatever industry of public sector you do, you're able to access some of this funding so that you can disseminate this down to the rural areas and to those underserved communities. The one thing that, of course, I will talk about, because it's in technology, it's a hype, it's AI, right? So we hope to have AI as the great equalizer around digital skills and the gap that we have between the have and the have-nots. And this is why we're aiming to deliver AI training through in South Africa, even in Nigeria, we have introduced, just in the last month, investments of training over a million people, youth, in South Africa on AI skills, because we do not want an economy or a country where we have left youth or underserved communities without the AI skills that they need for the economic growth that is coming ahead. And talking about content, there was a mention around, the importance of content that we're delivering to the youth. A lived experience that we had feedback from some of the youth saying to us, great, we have access to the content, but it is at such a technical and high level that it is beyond our capacity and capability. So one of the things that we have done with the AI tools is really bring it down to an understandable level, and also in language, local language, so that our youth can understand that content and deal with it in a way that is relevant to them. So that is some of the ways that we're working. It's okay. Those slides were really for awareness. I'm not going to exhaust them, but it was just to show you the institutions that we've worked with, the partnerships that we create. We work with government in multiple phases. We work with the industries within government, social development, education, National School of Government, to drive those skills. But what I want to emphasize, and also from the conversations that I've had on the passages today, is the importance of partnering with the NGOs to bring proximity of the rural areas to Microsoft. Microsoft is not going to open an office in Limpopo, where I come from, but there's an NGO that exists there that can bring Microsoft close to that community. And that is the quest that I have for the women here today, that we work like that so that we do not leave those communities behind. Thank you.
So because it's so important not to disseminate and show the experience, but also the importance of generate alliances with different stakeholders, in this case NGO. And another thing that you have highlighted, and I think it's very important, is this issue of the economic autonomy, no? Because digital skill, digital transformation must be related with economic autonomy to become more affordable, the incorporation of technology, and could generate an impact on of course, rural women lives. So thank you. And now, Sipo, if you are there, sorry for the delay from Google. Sipo, he's in Johannesburg right now. Thank you. Thank you, and sorry. Thank you for waiting so long. And it's a similar question, but also not only we'd like to know how Google is facing this big challenge of digital transformation in rural area with rural women, but also specifically about AI, that we know it's one of your most important topics. So the floor is yours, and thank you.
Thanks, Fabiana.
Sorry, Sipo, are you going to share your presentation?
My slides didn't make it to Cape Town on time, and I see the hosts have locked my ability to share.
No, we can unlock.
So yeah, until they do that,
if
maybe
you want, you can try now.
Can I try now?
Yes, please.
Right. In the meantime, my name is Sipo Mtombeni. I am Government Affairs and Public Policy Manager at Google. I'm based in our Joburg office, and I do apologize for not being with you there today. A number of different factors just played against my presence there, but I am there with you in spirit. I'm really just going to talk to you a little bit about just some of the work we in Google in trying to address this important issue that you've raised. And I think we have a number of various different initiatives that we have in terms of empowering and supporting women in rural areas across different regions. I think a great and brilliant example about the work that we did with our organization in Argentina. And we focused from things like providing digital and financial literacy skills to financial support of businesses, working with allies and building allyship with organizations as well. And through our philanthropic side of the business, Google.org, it has played quite a significant role in providing grants and support to various programs to bridge this gender gap and enhancing the economic autonomy of women in rural communities. But I think beyond just looking and talking about some of those aspects, and I think I'm glad to hear some of the comments that Tamara has made and Lerato has made about things around access, for instance, to access for devices, etc. There's a number of different projects that we're working on to improve that. But I think, as Lerato correctly pointed out, you can't talk digital transformation in this day and age without talking about artificial intelligence, AI. And I think for me, what I wanted to share with you today is just some of the catalytic projects that we have in AI that are trying to work to bridge that divide that currently exists, especially the digital divide that currently exists. And I'll talk to a few examples. First one around food security. As you can see that, for instance, looking at Africa has economies truly looking at farming as one of its sources of income, and is one of the greatest burdens of food insecurity is faced in Africa. Now, some of the work that we're doing currently is using AI models for early detection of desert locust outbreaks in Africa. In about 2020, there was an outbreak of desert locusts that headed towards Kenya, and the swarm was as big as the landmass of New York, they say. And with this kind of devastation of loss that it can cost, we worked with FAO and with InstaDeep to be able to use historical data around breeding grounds and breeding patterns of locusts to be able to now predict and be able to forecast their movement and be able to pre-warn farmers where these instances are occurring, so that they're able to make the correct decisions about what to do with their crops, whether to get protection, whether to do any other mitigating factors to be able to kind of address these types of aspects. With weather, for instance, the next one, when you look at this global coverage of weather radar maps, you can see that a lot of our countries and a lot of global south countries don't have the radar coverage, and thus wouldn't have accurate information around their weather forecasts. And again, just linking back to food security and the points I've just made, it's quite important for farmers to be able to make proper decisions based on the weather predictions. Now, some of the work that we're doing with our AI models is that we are able to now provide proper forecasting around wildfires, around flooding, around droughts and storms using satellite imagery and AI models to be able to provide this to the most ruralist of areas and provide much needed data and information to farmers in those communities. The next next example I wanted to talk about was in relation to maternal health care. Now, these are some of the stats that I saw, and I was actually quite shocked that it was this prevalent, looking at how the numbers of women and newborns that die from preventable causes, and a large number of this being in the sub-Saharan Africa, and really the numbers looking dire there with 66% of women in lower resourced communities. These are rural communities. Now, how do you then think about using AI to address these kinds of things? These are some of the bottlenecks that they face, where ultrasound machines are expensive to procure. They would not be found in rural areas, for instance. And also you would need a specialist to be in such a space who goes through a two-year training, for instance. Now, one of the solutions that we're working with currently with Jacaranda Health, and we've started this in Kenya and we'll be rolling this out further, is that with a simple handheld device and a mobile phone, using AI models, they are able to provide that ultrasound readings and data to pregnant women in the most remote of areas, really just making use of AI technology in such a manner. So for me, I think what the biggest thing that I wanted to kind of just highlight in terms of some of these are just a few of the many examples that I can talk to how we are catalyzing and using AI. I want to leave you with this one sentence that just says, AI has the potential to make daily lives easier, reach big goals, and address some of our most complex and pressing social and economic challenges. I've chosen 3 here to talk about, for instance, preventing diseases, advancing climate action, and enabling economic opportunity. But there's much more, and you can only imagine how much more we can do to bridge the gap for women in rural areas, because in as much as we've seen what digital divide has done in some of our societies, we don't want AI to then create that, but rather we want it to be a source of a bridge and a gap in this manner to make sure that accessibility to infrastructure, to information, to technology is going to be accessible to all, including these women in rural areas. With that, I think, thanks.
Thank you. It's amazing, no, to see how many new tools are available, and I think that in this panel we are already thinking we are doing a lot, but if you can now reinforce this ecosystem, this alliance with different stakeholders, reinforcing grassroots women organization in the field, we can really achieve that these tools can be used by rural women and they can transform their lives. No? So thank you, Sipo, for all that information. And now I will ask to Lolo, based in her experience in Africa in general and in Botswana in particular, with your work with rural women, if you can share some final thoughts about the challenges that we facing in the here. What?
She's just sharing. She's just sharing.
Okay, the floor is yours, Lolo. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Lolo. Well, I'm often referred to as Lolo. My full names are Khomolemo Enele Lolo Madikhetla. I am from Botswana. Yes, Khomolemo. My approach as we wrap this incredible panel discussion is more the nuances and the dynamics around dealing with the rural communities. I run a social enterprise called UNGWA Africa. UNGWA is not an acronym. UNGWA is a verb of Botswana origin, meaning be fruitful, grow, multiply, and dominate, an excerpt from Genesis 1:28. It is essentially about a commitment, a philosophy about growing, scaling, regardless of circumstance, regardless of situation, in your professional space or in your personal space. I'm also board chairman of the Botswana Investment and Trade Center, responsible for attracting foreign direct investment, driving domestic investment, as well as being the custodian for the nation brand. We're told that people remember. Thank you for the incredible data that has been shared. I appreciate it. Yesterday, when the discussion was around care, the care economy, it stung so hard because the resonance was so deep. I remember when the amazing speaker said, I've sold my business, so I failed to scale. But when she further expanded on her story about now going into technology, I was thinking about it last night. I've said she's redefining what scaling looks like. She may not fit into the narrative what we've known scaling to be about, but she's creating a whole new category of what growth and new thinking looks like. I salute you. And the caregiving component was so deep to me because I nearly didn't come. Some days before coming here, both my parents ended up in hospital. And as I left, I had to make sure there's a nurse for the day and a nurse for the night. And somebody said earlier today, women run economies and they run errands. Yes, it is an honor, but it is very difficult. Several years ago, I was going through a second cycle of chemotherapy. And what I remembered, 2021, what I remembered the most that hurt me was not the nausea or any pain affiliated. Yes, it was there, but what crushed me was seeing the granny that has been transferred from the hospital in the most remotest of areas, queuing for a machine to access the doctor, coming with just porridge, maybe with water, for the entire day, because they come in batches to be taken back to the villages. I wished I could unsee it. But when you have a calling upon you, an invitation to carry a burden like that, it is what invites you to think about innovation, to think about care, to think about change and economic elevation differently. So when we talk about the rural community, when somebody says, "You're so rural," is that a compliment? It is time we change the language and the sentiments and the meaning around what we define as rural. And also I'd encourage that there should be less tokenism. Let this room carry those rural women. Let these empty chairs be filled with women living in the rural areas, beyond us, the ones doing the work for and with the rural women. I encourage that approach. Earlier on, Remohale mentioned that when an appointment was made, he then said, find yourself a mentor. I will pay for them. It means he understood the importance of mentorship, leadership, sponsorship, allyship. As we work with women in the rural areas, as they transition and transcend, let us commit to mentorship programs that support them, hold them along the way. Say, I see you, I believe you, and I believe in you. People matter. Rural women matter. I encourage us to look at people, proximity, like Lorato said earlier, and partnerships. Let us use our networks to open doors fiercely, passionately, for a critical demographic, a critical mass. Education and empathy remain important. I cannot overemphasize this. If we're talking artificial intelligence, there are women who still need basic introduction into the digital space. How are we working with them? On that note, I would like to invite the W20 to collaborate with us. As UNWA Africa, we've just confirmed a partnership with the European Business University in Luxembourg. We have 300 scholarships, short courses, including that of master's level. Let us work together to distribute that, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, between now and November. It is possible. I passionately believe in storytelling, and I believe this is something that we should never leave behind. Storytelling, system thinking, as well as social innovation. Understanding that solving problems is non-linear is how we connect with women in the rural areas as we explain how change will come about. Community and co-creation. Let us create with women in the rural areas. Community allows you to tap into networks that create significant change in your life. I've met so many people, and I know things will change for the women that I work with, not just for me. Teaching about value chain optimization. What are they working on? Where does it fit in systems? What can benefit them? And what needs to happen in order for them to advance? Velocity. Earlier on, I believe it was Asset that shared the research that says we are too slow. We need to emphasize the need to move fast. Fast without cutting corners. Last but not least, data, democratization of access, as well as us being distributors of wealth, not only accessing the wealth, but being distributors of capital. Resilience is something that can be taught, and I believe once we inculcate that within women in rural settlements, change can take place. And then lastly, I have the honor of being led by a remarkable leader, President of the Republic of Botswana, Advocate Duma Gideon Boko. He speaks of one word, reimagination. I believe this W20 can reimagine what change and transformation can and should look like for women in the rural areas. Once again, I sincerely and deeply celebrate and honor South Africa's hosting and presidency of the G20 and W20. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for be present. And all the speakers, we are going to go here and to have a picture. And meanwhile, I'm going to present, to inform the next panel to prepare, because we are not allowed to have coffee break today. And I'm going to leave it.
Yeah, I think I've got a
I can't bring it that side. We need to push. I cannot carry it on that side. Yeah. Perfect.
Thank you very much. As all of us are getting settled. And I'd like to thank the previous panel, which did an amazing job talking about the role of access to digital inclusion and also highlighting the challenges that we do have women that still don't have access to the real phones that we always use. And I think it's very important for us to acknowledge that, because if we are really serious about building the Africa that we want, we gotta have to make sure that women have access to digital inclusion. And it's very critical. But also to acknowledge one key challenge, Professor Nanya. I'm the only one who talks in this platform, please. Yeah. Shh. You'll talk when I drop the mic. Thank you. And the most important thing is to actually look at the challenges that we have as women in the continent and also in the global south. If you look at the research that we had, Prof, at the World Economic Forum, I serve in the Strategic Intelligence Committee of the World Economic Forum. It says that Africa, we are actually the users of artificial intelligence. And we don't create the content. And I think as W20, we need to be actually make sure that our strategy moving forward, we create our own content as we're moving forward. That's a fundamental right of any human being, so that our history as Africans is not misrepresented. But it will start with us as women to make sure that we create that strategy. Now, as we move forward, as all of us know that South Africa is actually in Africa, and South Africa is a member of African Union, and looking at where we are going, and also yesterday, the African Union chairperson, the African Union Commission chairperson, with the ambassadors at the African Union, met with the European Union yesterday at Belgium, discussing critical issues about the partnership between the African Union and the European Union. And the African Union Commission chairperson was accompanied by all the foreign ministers of Africa. So this is very important. This is the road to G20. And this is very important for us to understand what is happening around us as we move forward to G20. What is our role as women? So that we don't hear stories, but we participate and engage. And now, this is a powerful platform of community engagement. Who are we as women? How do we fit in this ambit of G20 so that we don't just become as spectators and we see G20 moving as a vehicle and we're not participating in this? Now, we have two critical speakers that are going to speak at the moment, and we have Mambatabile Dlamini, the former Minister of Social Development in the Republic of South Africa, and also the former Minister of Women and Youth and People Living with Disabilities in the Republic of South Africa, and also who is now the Vice President of POWER. POWER is an agency of African Union that is actually dealing with the empowerment of women since 1962. So why power is very important? It's very important because now, as we move as G20, we want to know what power has for women in the African continent and how women can benefit in the African continent. But also to acknowledge that in the African Union, in the Department of Women, Youth, there is a document called Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment, which is from 2018 to 2028. And we are going to be linking to one critical pillar, which is focusing on leadership, the voice of the voiceless. And also, how do we become the voice of what my dear sister was talking about, of the rural women, but for women, by women. So that whatever we're discussing in this table on behalf of the rural women is presented at the leaders of G20, is presented at the leaders of the African Union. So Sis Mata, our sister, our mother, I'll hand over to you so that you can give us the way forward and what power is really looking at in terms of engaging with W20 and how do we move forward on Africa. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sindiswa. And I must also acknowledge Professor Nania, as well as Ambassador Joini, and delegates, W20 delegates, and departments, young people that I've seen here. That excites me a lot. The founder members of W20, those were hard-thinking women, and we must salute them. POWER is a continental organization and is a specialized agency of the AU. We were established in 1962 in Tanzania, July 31, before the formation of the OAU. OAU was established in 1963. Let me firstly start by saying I'm very confident about the coming G20. more particularly after yesterday, where we saw our delegation led by the President, a bold delegation, but also dignified and humble. And at the end, the President said, "We are expecting you to visit our country, state visit, but also you must come and take over the G20 process." And it was very clear that we made a lot of gains yesterday. And that is all in the name of triple challenges that are facing us in our country. The challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And I think we are all clear that yesterday will never be similar to the future. But also, we must confidently and enthusiastically push back the pushback. What is also important is that when we come up with legislations in the future, resolutions, and many other decisions, we must try and ensure that they are sustainable and try and make sure it is difficult to erase them. As women, we've also been following on the rise of right-wing populism, opportunism, and narrow nationalism, which is a massive threat to the gains we have made so far. And right-wing opportunism is a custodian of imposing a unipolar world, believe in narrow nationalism, and a sponsor wars, and even those we believed as Democrats have for some reason become part of this agenda. And this means we have to rethink how we sustain the gains we have made, but also raising this issue is not just about this movement that has come up, because the issue of the pushback is not just something that is happening there and there and there. It is going throughout the world, trying to ensure that right-wingers continue with their agenda of fighting those who believe in a multipolar world, that believe they are fighting also with the aim of invading our human rights, democracy, justice, and human dignity that we all fought for. As all this is happening, we are threatened for pledging solidarity with countries that are invaded, countries where citizens are suffering because of their minerals. And as women, we are very good mobilizers, and we are not going to lose this war. And it is important for us to support women in armed conflict countries. But what is more important is to ensure that we are part of the solidarity movement, because in most countries where we fought for our liberation, we were supported a lot, and we are products of solidarity. So it's very important to ensure that we continue doing that. And power played a very important role in solidarity and carving the path for women to participate in the struggle. Power has ensured that there are women in peace negotiations, because we believe it cannot be the same people that start and sponsor wars that decide on the plight of women. And we use Resolution 1325, and as Power we have eminent women that we have sponsored that must be part of men that discuss issues of peace. Those are led by our Honorary President Estu Koite, Mam Gertrude Mongela, Comrade Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, or Minister, Her Excellency Netumbo Ndaitwa, Her Excellency Sulu, Dr. Speciosa, and many more. Her Excellency Dr. Johnson Sirleaf. The list is long. We have decided men will never create a lasting peace because they start wars, and they do have this thing that is called ego. And we continue to pledge a solidarity with women of Western Sahara, women of Palestine, the DRC, Mozambique, where there are challenges, women in the Sahel region, and some areas of Sudan. Why are we raising the issue of right-wing opportunism and narrow nationalism? It's because all those are against the democratic gains we have made, but also they don't believe in gender equality. So it's important for us to understand that, so that when we do our work, we get committed and support democratic governments. But I'm not saying that democratic governments are not patriarchal. They are patriarchal. But if they say they are democratic, they must believe in gender equality. And they must accept the role we play as women in different organizations. So let's ensure that when we put women in decision-making bodies, we're not going to put women that say, hi, we have arrived. Because the system is difficult to fight, it is persistent. Though you have 40% women in your cabinets, 50% women in your organizations, it is very important to put women that are going to continue fighting for women. Not just women that, in South Africa there is something called blue lights. Not just women that will feel satisfied because they are blue lights and these guys that take your handbag and do everything for you. Our struggle is not about that. Our struggle is about the emancipation of women, gender equality, and equity. But also, we have started working with younger women. And Cindy was part of those. And the Global Change for Women has done a lot of revolution in Cindy. And we are proud to have young women like her who occupy positions and understand that women's emancipation was not presented or given to us like a tray of tea or like a tray of food. It was a sweat and a fight that were a part of the struggle for women's emancipation. If it was not for women like Mama Winnie Mandela, Mama Albertina Sisulu, Adelaide Tambo, Rahima Musa, Anne-Sophie de Bruyn, Ray Alexander, and many other women, we would not be where we are today. So it's very important for us to understand the huge gains we have made through power and try and ensure that it does not end there. We have to move forward. Our recent gain is the election of Mama Nandi Ndaitwa as president of Namibia. That was not easy. She had to wait as deputy president and be affirmed by the leadership that was refusing to affirm her as the leader of the organization, and she is the president today. But also our president comes from Namibia, and she was a soldier of the liberation movement of Namibia, together with Mama Nandi Ndaitwa. So it's very important that we try and ensure that we put more women, both in the political sector as well as private sector. There is something that always makes me laugh. You know, women are tired of women politicians because instead of telling them that, no, don't invade our space, don't overpower us, you just say your activities are not political. You don't want political people here. Instead of saying, no, play your role, we will tell you what to do because you have intellectuals here. You have professionals. You have people that have worked with communities that are coming with a lot of experience. So it's important that you draw the politicians closer so that they put your issues on the table. Don't say this is not for politicians, because they are not going to be focused. They are going to fight for things that are not important. If they are closer to you, they are going to listen to you. You must teach them to learn to listen. What is also important is what was said by Professor Mohale. that if you are given an opportunity or responsibility at all times, you must use it to the best of your ability and ensure that more women are taken out of the cycle of poverty. But also, older women must learn to understand the new lingo. What young people are talking about here is intersectionality. And older people think that younger people are selling out because we're only taught that our challenges are triple oppression. And we don't want to understand that intersectionality says you deal with the issues of race, class, and gender, but at the same time deal with issues that are facing other sectors like LGBTQIA+, as well as people with disabilities, older persons, and everyone, so that you work at the same time and you make more gains. So our focus is on women's empowerment and development of women across Africa. We also collaborate with governments, international partners like UNDP, UNAIDS, WHO, ILO, many of them. But also, we are affiliates of an international women called International Federation of Democratic Women, the most radical women's organization I've ever known. We have programs of gender-based violence and femicide. We have outreach programs, training and capacity building. We also focus on microfinance and work with some NGOs, like here in South Africa, we work with Ilitha Labantu, which is one of the strong NGOs in the country. We also deal with the issues of maternal health, promotion of girls' education, and we're focusing on STEM and combating early marriages, which is a very big problem in Africa. We deal with issues of advocacy and policy engagement. I think most of us know that the AU has just adopted a groundbreaking legislation which is about gender-based violence. So it's the responsibility of different countries to implement what the AU has come up with. We also collaborate with traditional leaders, though it is difficult, and community leaders to challenge harmful practices. But I don't want to lie about this. It is very difficult because there is that thing of people that think they own women. Our challenges in as far as community outreach programs is that we have a challenge of funding like all other women's organizations. The challenges of cultural and traditional barriers. And yes, we work with women in the rural areas, but it is difficult to access them. We also deal with issues of climate change. Like in Angola, we have an NGO of young people that have created jobs that relate to climate change. We also focus on issues of unpaid work domestic work, and care work. Lastly, I must say we have or we are committed to try and ensure that the voice of African women is heard throughout Africa. We are going to start with the process of engaging as from the end of May, Prof. And then again on the 31st of July, we will be engaging different countries. And by August, September, we will be clear on what we want to bring on the table, because we don't want to be everywhere. If you are everywhere, you don't get anything. All power.
Thank you very much, Mambata. You know, Mambata has said something that I didn't want to say. With my high levels of energy, I was very problematic. I wanted to do everything. But I really thank you, Mambata, because you gave me direction. And hence today, the Circle of Global Businesswomen is very successful because of grounding me. And now, I think Mambata raised a very important thing. Peace and stability is very key to the growth of the continent. And the role of women in peace and stability is very important, because you have women and young girls who become the face of war in Africa. Not only in Africa, but also you're focusing quite a lot when you see what's happening in Ukraine, when you see what's happening in Palestine. You always see women in front. You always see young girls in front. They become the face of war. So it's very important what power is doing to really take a center stage to make sure that peace and stability is one of the key issues, so that when you talk about investment and growth and in the continent, women are leading. But also women to lead on the engagements of peace and stability in the continent, because women are nurturers, women are mothers. For women, by women, leadership in the continent is very important. I mean, if you look at now, I know the World Bank is busy with the project with the African Development Bank, the 300 million access to electricity. And this is very key, because when you look at the 650 million people that don't have access to Africa, and women become the face of that as well. Because these women go out there and fetch wood. On their way fetching wood, they are raped. Women and young girls. So we thank World Bank for actually cutting that 650 million to 300 million, so that at least we see progress and women's lives will be saved through that strategy that World Bank has developed on the 300 million access to electricity, especially in rural areas. Now, because this is quite interesting for me, because we have the view of Africa. Now we're coming to a view of a global south, because we're dealing with grassroots. And when we're dealing with grassroots, it's a community engagement. We want to know what our community is doing. Before I call my sister, there are community voices, Miss Kathleen Miller, basic package of support youth coach within Atlantis community. Are you here? Please come to the stage. And we have Miss Shanice Jenka, basic package of support with client within Atlantis community. We have Miss Sedika Williams, Mammoth tutor within Bishop Lavis community. We've got Miss Lesiko Mohapi, entrepreneur in the last mile delivery space. We've got Cindy Swak Kali, an agripreneur from Outer Cape Town region. Can you come and sit in front, all of you? Sorry? Okay. Okay, not a problem. So now what we're going to do is we'll actually call our dearest sister, Miss Rim Jim Go. Am I right? Thank you. Is a trailblazing political strategist and governance reformer, leading some of the most ambitious women-led initiatives across the global south. And she's also the founder of Sapiens Research Analysis, one of India's most prominent female-led political public policy consultancy. And also, Regime commands the world's largest self-help group network engaging 1 million women in grassroots development and financial empowerment. In 2024, she mobilized 15 million first-time women voters, making it the largest led voter engagement campaign globally. Her global political and development collaborative and grammar and AI-powered policy feedback platform is active in 25,000 village councils. Fiercely committed to financial and digital inclusion, REMGIM works to position women at the center of India's digital public infrastructure movement, an emerging global model for inclusive governance. As she comes on stage, earlier on we heard our dearest sister, Madame Irene Natvadi, who is the president of Global Women Summit. She said that the power of women is in voting. And I think she's going to demonstrate on a speech how did she convince women to vote and take their rights to a voting station. Because that's where power relies. Because if you don't vote and you lose the power of controlling the power that you want. I mean, if you look at here in South Africa, we've got almost over 50 million people. And vast majority of us in that population, it's women. And if women say we don't vote, what happens? The whole women population has lost in terms of policy direction. So it's very important for us to actually look into that. And I'm sure she's going to take us through on the strategy. But as you come through, I love the Grameen Bank strategy in India, a powerful social mobilization strategy on financial inclusion and how women have organized themselves on grassroots to find a solution on actually financing their own initiatives without going to a bank, but just social mobilization. Yes, thank you.
Thanks a lot. I think she's already done half my presentation. And that's convenient because we have to save time, as I've been told. I pointed there? Okay. Okay, perfect. So, as you've been told, I'm a political strategist at heart. So as soon as I see someone, I see the segregation of gender, I see the segregation of geography, I see the segregation of community, I see the segregation of age, and before I see you as anything else, I see you as a potential voter. While traveling to one of the villages in India during 2014 campaign for our general elections, I stumbled across a group of women. Now, these group of women are someone who has never been to school, probably were married off before the legal age of marriage, and at the same time started taking care of their kids earlier than we finished our schools. These women were chatting with each other, and I was really curious to know what exactly is the conversation about. I went there, and presumptuous of me to think that the conversation was about what's happening at the household, how are the kids doing, or maybe gossiping. They actually were talking about the public policy budgets, the end-to-end delivery of the beneficiary schemes, and at the same time, the political narratives, which we, by the way, think never reach the bottom of the pyramid. They asked me one question when I was surprised that, tell me one thing. I was like, what? They're like, why do you all call us as last mile when we are the first step? We are the 50% of you. You are nothing without us. Your political party loses without us. The democracy falls without us. Then why are we the last mile? Why are we the bottom? Why are we not the top? And that's what got me thinking, yes. So as I stand here, I carry their fire here with me to discuss something called We Lead With You. We have discussed enough about what is happening at grassroots, and that's why let's talk action now. We are talking about women-led diplomacy at grassroots, and that's how we ended up building W Lead. W Lead is just not a project for me. It's a precedence. It's a precedence for me because it reminds me always of the strength of community. The community of women which, when tries to mobilize the other women at ground and tries to shift the power to them, it ends up becoming what we just now called, the world's largest female-led voters mobilization of the world. And we are talking about mobilizing 15 million voters who never voted in the past, and they were mobilized by my 700,000 female foot soldiers. That's what we are talking, and that's the scale we are talking when we talk about women. Yes. So, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you very quick because I really want to listen to all of them. Yes, I remember. So, here's what's going to happen in next 12 months. I'm going to discuss about that. We are going to set up a knowledge lab. The knowledge lab that will make sure that for the grassroots, for South-South collaboration, we have feminist AI, we have SHG-led economy models, and at the same time, we are discussing gender budgeting, which focuses to now we what call as the first step and not the last mile. After that, we also set up something called We-led World Portal. The World Portal will house the tools, the best practices, the stories, the data that could be shared with the rural entrepreneurs, with the SHGs, with the frontliners, with the grassroots leaders who are females, who do not have exposure, which you and I have the privilege of having. And lastly, the most interesting part of the entire concept, which is my favorite part as well, is the Grassroots Diplomacy Fellowship. We look forward to inviting all of you for the South-South collaboration and starting with the countries, but not restricted to 6 countries. Especially we look at Brazil and Argentina. Where are they? To talk about it later. We look forward to shortlisting 100 women from grassroots who we invite to be our civic diplomats. And by the time we end their incubation and the training, we make sure that they are the diplomats, they are the governance innovators which we are looking for. At the last, after 1 year, we plan to do a Go Global Summit so that we can talk more coalition, we can talk more funding partnerships for scale, and we can take this project as something which runs as an auxiliary wing of W20 throughout. Now, last thing that I want to say is, why South Africa? Because A, South Africa is beautiful, so I'm biased. And secondly, I think it knows both the strength of struggle and also the strength of power of people. And that's why it's South Africa. I think we have talked enough. I think we have talked a lot of policy. So it's about time that we take the first step, we collaborate, and before I leave the mic, I would appreciate that if we can take this conversation offline, discuss collaborations with most countries. And it's not only about South-South, so Global North too, because it's about women. Thank you.
What I like about the last speaker, it's the bridging that gap. Look, she's a young woman, and you look at Umambata, so which means we are really advancing in terms of our strategy, where young women take up the space and own up the space and lead in terms of leadership in the continent. And what she has said in terms of Global South and Global North, I think it's very important because collaborating in the global fraternity, it needs all the parties. That's what we call globalization. It needs all the parties to be actually together in terms of development and where we are going in advancing our ideologies, in terms of international relations, in terms of diplomacy, rural diplomacy, and I see as a rural diplomacy strategy. How do we take rural women to the global fraternity and speak for themselves so that Cindy doesn't speak on behalf of them? So this is very powerful in terms of community reach, community outreach initiatives. The presidency of Republic of South Africa is clear on the outreach. Just last week, they launched a town hall initiative where they're reaching out to communities, which is the Department of International Relations and UNISA. So they'll be going out in the communities, in the rural areas, where they speak about G20, not as an event, but what can rural communities benefit out of it, and also legacy projects. So as I close this session of powerful two human beings talking about Africa, which is Mambata and my dearest sister coming from the global south, but also addressing issues of global north to actually make sure that we work together in different continents on advancing women and understanding our role to take our strategic leadership. I'd like to say thank you very much. And the moderator for community engagement chair is Tumi. Tumi, where are you? Oh, thank you very much. And Tumi is from Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator. So Tumi is going to take over from me, and then she will lead that engagement with all the experiences that the participants or the panelists have in terms of working with the community at large, but also coming up with tangible solutions and the way forward as we're going to G20, so that it's not just a talk show. And how do these engagements or what you're doing on the ground is recommended and led by our dearest sister, Professor Nanya Bula, to the G20 leaders. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we please give her a round of applause? Good afternoon. Unfortunately, we have the graveside slot, but I promise you, if you stay a little bit longer, you won't regret it. As mentioned, my name is Tumi with a Y. I am a communications and PR specialist at Harambee. The last time I did something like this, I did not observe protocol. So I would like to start there just to acknowledge all the dignitaries, the ministers, the women who've come before us, the academics, the young people, and the practitioners. In this slot, we are going to split it in two ways. Firstly, we're going to hear from the women who are taking these policies, interpreting them, translating them into programs and interventions that are active and alive in various communities. Jackie was asking me, should we not just give the young people an opportunity? And I said no, because you work so hard to take these complex concepts and to break them down into tangible, practical, and impactful opportunities and programs. I would be amiss if I didn't call Sis Neziwe. Please, can you join us on stage? We will do a round of questions. They will share some learnings and solutions and maybe provocations around what's really happening on the ground. And then we'll close off the session with some young people's voices, some young women. They're not there far away. We are them, and they are here. And so as Sis Neziwe is making her way to the stage, I'm going to quickly just introduce my panelists. We've been waiting since, 9 o'clock, bubbling with excitement, just to share some of the learnings, the questions that are emerging. On my right, or rather, let me start with Sis Neziwe. She is the founder and director of Ukokhelo Lolucha. And then we have Ms. Michelle Fordoin, who is the site manager at the basic package of support. And then we've got Jackie Bull, who is the head of the Yebo Institute. And then we also have Judy Ann, who is the well-being manager at Maths Moms. So what I'm going to do is just ask them to quickly give us an overview, just to center the conversation about who is here, which program we're talking about, and then we'll ask them each one question to delve a little bit deeper into the work and some of the challenges and emerging questions. So Michelle, if maybe I could start with you, quick overview, just for the people who aren't aware of the various programs that are represented on stage. Who are you, name of the organization, and the kind of problem that you're solving for?
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michelle Fortuin, and I'm working for an awesome program that was written by the chief researcher, Ariane Delanois, that is here today from the University of Cape Town, and Lauren Graham from the University of Johannesburg. And the program's name is Basic Package of Support, and it is a new look into the support that young people need. You know, young people don't just sit with one problem. They have interconnected problems that they are sitting with on a daily basis. And instead of just problem solving for the one and supporting for the one, like unemployment, the basic package of support bring all of that together and support the young person at the point of their need, wherever they find a need. So on the one side, we have coaching, where we coach the young people, and then also we we build, and excuse me, I'm very nervous. So we build community of practices within our communities so that that community of practices can better support young people. And then also through that, what we do is we rebuild the social fabric of the community for the young people so that they have a support system that is not just from one person, but a holistic support system that can help them through their lives.
I love that emphasis on the holistic, not just one challenge, but looking holistically at the young person. Jackie, let me bring you in here. Year Beyond, tell us, what is your goal? What problem are you specifically solving for?
Great, thanks very much. So what we're trying to do is to provide a bridge for young people who are excluded into the economy. And we do that by creating an opportunity for them to serve, because young people have so much to give in their communities, and by serving, they are affirmed of their sense of worth, which is really important. By wrapping around a program, a capacity building program that focuses on building generic future work skills that everyone needs, team building, emotional intelligence, and agency, supported by a mentor, because we know that young people need that support during the journey. And then lastly, connecting them into economic opportunities, whether that's to study, run their own business, or to work somewhere, but building that pipeline for them, because we know that most people get a job through connections. And if you, in a community where no one's connected into the economy, you ghettoized in that community. And so part of it is about breaking those silos. So very much like Michelle said, a holistic program wrapped around that, but focused on service, focused on a bridge, once off. Young people come on this journey once. It's a learning journey, and we support 4,000 young people every year going through the program.
I love that. You just reminded, let's give them a round of applause. So you're not just enabling them, but I think you just reminded me of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's like, once we've covered the basics, let's look at belonging, let's look at self-esteem and self-actualization. Julianne, let's bring you in. Math Moms, why maths? And what are some of the problems that you were specifically targeting?
So Math Moms is a women's initiative that operates primarily in Cape Town, but also some rural areas in the Western Cape. And what we want to do is we want to build confident communities where community members, adults and children, fit into structures of belonging and where they can come to learn and connect and heal and thrive. We do this through mathematics education. So we know in South Africa mathematics education is a massive challenge. We've just heard from an earlier panel the challenges that women in STEM faced. So we want to improve children's future prospects by improving their mathematics results. But actually, by teaching mathematics through play, we are nurturing healthy intergenerational relationships. In the Math Moms classroom, you will find three roles. There is our mentor, who is a retired teacher from the community. These are community-based initiatives. She knows the community, she has the trust of the community, she has a wealth of experience. She oversees the math moms, who are unemployed adults primarily, but not exclusively women, who we train, we upskill, and they then provide extra mathematics lessons to foundation phase learners at our partnering schools in their community. So it's really this intergenerational context. Our program is also trauma-informed, so the community members face many adversities which often result in trauma relating to multidimensional poverty. So high unemployment. In some of our communities, unemployment is upwards of 60%. Food insecurity, lack of opportunity, substance abuse, high crime rates, especially related to organized crime and gang-related violence, domestic abuse, and of course, gender-based violence. In one of our schools, 91% of the children come from single-parent homes. 91. So through our interventions, we want to increase community involvement in children's education. But we also want, through our trauma-involved interventions, which I'll speak about in a moment, we want to start our moms on their healing and transforming their trauma process so that they can be safe spaces for the vulnerable children in our communities.
Thank you so much. I love that trauma-informed approach. And I love that your mom is here. So the maths moms and the piece around intergenerationality is so important. My mom keeps asking me, you keep talking about the same things we were speaking about back in our years. And I think the challenge and the provocation was to say, how else can we reframe? How else can we think about these challenges that have continued to plague our communities? Sis Neziwe, let's bring you in. Tell us a little bit about what you do and specific problem that you are solving for. Is your mic on? Sis Michelle, if you can give her yours. Okay, perfect. Go ahead.
Warm greetings, everyone. My name is Neziwe Mazolwana. I come from Kukuletu Township, and I represent an organization called Ukokelolo Lucha. Firstly, I must thank the partnership that I have with Harambe, because if that was not them, I was not going to be here today. So I'll just quickly brief you about the initiative, the impactful work that I'm doing in my community. Our organization is focusing on equal education, where we support the children, the target age grade 1 to grade 11 in the after-school care programs. Our programs has got various sorry, I'm a bit nervous. Sorry, man, for that.
Can I just say, no, Neziwe, absolutely. I think it's an important point before you go. I think a lot of us were feeling this way because we come into the space and it's academics, intellectuals, policies. Then at the end of the program, it's us. So I think, Nezi, take your time.
Okay.
You are worthy.
All right.
And this is the moment. Thank you, Mama.
Yeah, then I will talk. Okay, no problem. So I've said that too. We have an after-school program. It's got we have book club reading, and we have a program that we call Read to Succeed. We have a computer literacy, which is the basic skills of information technology, where we're taking the kids through. Because our organization established during the time of COVID, where everyone was, that time of the shutdown, and most of the parents, they were clueless about the digital learning. And we, as an organization, we saw the gap, and we take them through we take them through in the digital learning platform. We also have youth skills development programs where we have partnerships such as Harambe in the room, as well as Kanya CSI, as Safe Hub. So we're running different skills training programs, such as entrepreneurship training programs. We're also running GBV facilitation programs. We're also running barista training programs. We're also running financial investment training program with partners that we have in the space. And we also have, food security. But today, for me being here, I would like just to appeal in this room, especially the women that they've been 20 years, because the shock that I have when I'm sitting here, most of the people that they've mentioned that they've been in this sector for more than 20 years, and you can imagine I'm just 5 years old. That's I have that feeling, and the only thing that I just want today to mention is that as I've been going through all the training sessions, and we find the experienced women, and we find the experienced women, and we would like that they can coach us as the young people in the industry, as well as they can also assist us how to access, especially the funding, because we have challenges of lack of resources. We also have challenges of when we want to run the trainings on our own, we can't. We're struggling, even although we can able to facilitate, but still.
But still, the problems prevail. And I don't want to cut you there, Sis Nezue, but I want to bring in Michelle, because this is something that we were discussing over lunch, right? The challenges that the practitioners also face when approaching young people, when approaching young women. What are those conversations that are emerging, and how are you navigating or responding to them?
So some of the challenges that we faced when we started with our program was the lack of trust. Young people didn't trust. So we came with this amazing program to support them, to be there, to be the safety net for them. But they didn't trust because of previous things that happened. And it took a while for us to gain the trust of young people. You know, for us to go in there and to show them we are here to support you, because they don't even know what support is. How does it look? And a lot of them, when they come in, they say they don't have a support system. And when we take them through the coaching sessions, they will now realize sometimes the support that you do have is not the support that you think you want, you know, or doesn't look like the package that you need. But you do have support, but then also, how do you navigate? You know, how do you navigate? There's a lot of things out there, and there's a lot of times where they have, you know, there's scams out there, and they don't know who to trust. They don't know where to give the information. So trust was a huge, huge, huge issue that we faced.
And I think it's an important conversation, because whatever you are doing sets the tone for everybody who comes after you. So if you exploit young people, if you exclude young people, it sets the tone for the industry. Jackie, let me bring you in. You've been talking a lot about the voice of the young person. What I love about most of these programs is that their participants and alumni are also contributing to the development of the programs, but also mentoring the participants in the current cohorts. Let's talk about the voice of the young person in the room. How important is that, and how does that impact their self-esteem and ability then to contribute or think critically about their own community?
Thanks for that. So I think voice is such an important thing that we undervalue. And very often in conversations, what happens is that certain voices are crowded out or silenced. And I think that part of what we're doing is to help young people do three things. The first thing is to believe in themselves, and I think you spoke about that, Judy Ann, but so much of what our society does keeps saying, you're not important, you don't have anything to contribute. And I think particularly for young, unemployed women in their communities, they carry that baggage. And so part of it is believing in yourself and rebuilding your confidence and your self-esteem. And that is done through a self-development program, working with the young people, with mentors who come from their community and have gone through that journey and can assist them in that process. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that we need to find ways where young people can understand their worth in their community, in their household, in their peer group. And so part of that is about work, because very often, if you're not working, you're invisible. So it's about work, and in our case, it's service work, but it's still work. Part of it is about being able to bring some income into your household, because that again gives you a voice. Suddenly you're an adult, not a child. So that becomes really important. And part of it is about being able to navigate. And it's very interesting. We ask young people a question around how they cope with stress. And we're always struck by how solitude, how singular or inward-looking a lot of their coping mechanisms are. They're all about withdrawing into themselves. And actually we need to flip that and start engaging with others. And so it's about working with young people in peer groups, in their community, giving back. And they give back by helping children to read, helping parents to parent better, working in libraries and public spaces. And that sense of purpose helps to connect them, as you were saying, Judy Ann, into the bigger community and that kind of social cohesion.
And so we have a responsibility to actually think about the household, think about the family, think about the community, so that they can actually see it as an asset and not a challenge. Judy Ann, unfortunately, our time is up, but I would like you to, and perhaps this is for all of the panelists on stage, to think about a call to action for this audience and the people who are watching us online. Not a reflection, not an easy thank you, a provocation, a challenge. What else do we need to think about? What else are we not thinking about? Which voices do we need to bring in the room? And what learnings are we basically, learning in real time that need to be prioritized on the agenda?
So I think if I think what Math Moms can teach the world, and many organizations, especially after the pandemic, started adopting a trauma-informed approach to education or to whatever they were doing. But we are seeing globally kickback against that. If we think about, for example, in the United States, the kinds of executive orders that have been signed by the new administration, and the limitations on research around trauma, and especially intergenerational trauma, historical trauma, resulting from historical injustice. We need to ensure that women especially, that children, but all community members have access to adequate, sufficient mental health care. When you are traumatized, you are exhausted. You do not have the energy to care for yourself or others. You do not have the energy to learn, to grow, to build things. You do not have the energy to mobilize. So in what way are we going to support the carers, the mothers, the teachers, everyone in the care economy through their trauma so that they can still mobilize? Because we have to be very clear. Former Minister Dlamini spoke about the pushback against women's rights. This is linked to the pushback against trauma-informed approaches to community development. Because as long as the marginalized remain traumatized, they will remain marginalized. They will not be able to mobilize against the powers that want to keep them in control.
That is so important. Let's give her a round of applause. Cisneziwe, in a nutshell, a provocation, a challenge, a call to action that we can measure, hopefully in the next year or two and not 20 years.
I think in the next coming years as an organization, we think of if maybe we can bring youth in such years engagements like this, and the youth that we're dealing with like every day are so despondent. In a sense of that, it's been 30 years of democracy, but they don't see any difference. And even Mama Adlamini mentioned something about the politicians earlier on, and we're working with a community there where you find out that it's floods of political parties. So they ended up now shifting their mindset, especially the youth that we're dealing with, and that it makes us to be difficult to grow and to see things in a different ways, as we are just sitting here right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. 9.2, yeah, let's give her a round of applause. Enkosi kakhulu sisi. 9.2 young people remain neat, not in employment, education, or training in this country. So I think what she's saying is that there are some gains, there are some successes, but there are young people who are left behind currently. Michelle, one provocation, one call to action from your end.
I would say that young people need more support. There is this notion that there's a lot of information out there, and one of the speakers said earlier on that there's still a lot of young people, and women in particular, that doesn't have cell phones, that's not connected. So these young people don't know. And if there's no support, so a lot of us, we see young people as lawyers one day, as the next president, as the next, doctor, but nobody do enough, I think, to go and meet them at the point of their need. Because there's a gap between where they are finding themselves currently and where we want to see them one day. So more support for young people and more support for the programs that supports young people. I would say that is a call for.
Another powerful one, and I think a nuance to add to that is to listen deeply to what they're saying and not just impose what we think is support. Jackie, I've been asked to wrap up.
One call to everyone in the room. Tomorrow, go out and create 10 opportunities for young women to come and do something in your organization that gives them experience, that gives them exposure, and that creates a pathway for them. We can all do it, and if all of us do it, that's a few thousand opportunities created.
That's it. Let's give this incredible panel a round of applause. Thank you so much. I would now like to call the incredible young women, most people call them beneficiaries. I hate that word. Participants, alumni, young women, contributors, clients, mentors. I think language is quite catalytic and important. So, yes, when last did you see a panel of 7, 8 young women in a forum like this? Yes, yes. And of course, I have the pleasure of talking to them, and I think I'd like to start by giving you permission. We all spoke about imposter syndrome earlier. We've been nervous, all of us. Am I worthy? Do I belong here? Is my story important? Yes, it is. So we're going to start there, and we'll use this time to have a little bit of fun. Let's pretend, nobody's watching. Or maybe let's be intentional about who's watching and who's listening. Caitlin, I'm going to start with you, asking you to please tell us, maybe let me tell them who you are a little bit. Caitlin is a 25-year-old proud mother, a caring and compassionate person, and someone who finds real purpose in helping others. She's also a basic package of support youth coach, and I'm going to start with you. Tell us about your journey, your story, and what you would say is the most significant challenge young women are facing in your community.
So good afternoon. As everyone heard, I'm Caitlin Muller. I'm 25 years old, and I'm a youth coach for the Basic Package of Support program. So while I was still in school, I became pregnant. That was a overwhelmed and ashamed moment for me in my life, and also unsure about how my future may look. But as you know, as a woman, we always stood up and we do what we need to do. And today, I'm a proud youth coach working with young people to say my story and to remind them that they are not alone and they are not lost. So one of the main challenges in my community, so one of the most significant challenges many young people in my community face is the lack of support and guidance, especially when it comes to teenage pregnancy, emotional trauma, unemployment, and low self-esteem, while they carry the burden in navigating through adulthood without the necessary tools and encouragement. So as a youth coach, I am there to create a safe and non-judgmental space for them. As a youth coach, I work with them to journey, to set personal and professional goals, to build confidence, to reconnect them with job opportunities as well as schooling, for them to access counseling and job readiness program. Through the BPS model, we are there to offer hope, structure, and motivation, but most importantly, to remind young women that their past doesn't define them, and they have the strength to build a new one. Thank you.
Come on, somebody. It's not just hope, it's not just these ideals, it's structure. I absolutely love that. Systems, intentionality, giving us the ability to measure and assess where we're at. Is this landing? Thank you so much, Caitlin, for sharing your story. Shanice, I want to come to you, or maybe let me go to you. Vuyo. Tell us also about your journey. You have worked with Year Beyond, and when you got the opportunity, you literally raised your hand and said, yes, I want to be part of that conversation. Tell us about your journey, your story, and some of the specific interventions and programs maybe that you have not only benefited from, but also contributing to building.
Oh, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Usnovuyo Gwakashimba. And I like to consider myself as the lucky one because I got my call to serve very early on in my journey. It was a very weird time for me when I transitioned to Year Beyond. It was in 2023. I had just come back from varsity. Life had happened and I didn't have any sense of direction. And I got my call to serve. And I was a year-one-year. I didn't understand what it was. I didn't understand what it entailed. However, I knew that I wanted to serve my community because if not me, then who? So 2023, I was a year-one-year, and I've never had a big sister in my life. So my mentor served as that role to me. And I told her one day that I want your job. I really, really want your job. I want to do what you're doing. And so, thank you so much. And so she connected me to the Year Beyond Academy, and I went through that, and where I got exposed to diversity, understanding different people, understanding what the workplace needs from me, and how I can help other people who need big sisters just like me to succeed. From that, I graduated, because here I am, and a year later, I am a mentor, a youth mentor, and I understand that in my community, there is a huge gap between learners that don't understand, cannot read for understanding the English language. And because I understand that I can't do everything on my own, but because I know that I can train 21 youth to serve in schools, each of my youth, which are called Yebaniyas, have 15 learners each. So imagine the impact that I have, that we have in the community. So yeah, that is my story.
If not me, then who, she said. I love that. You didn't wait for somebody, and I know that there are other communities and young people who have to because of the various barriers. But you said, Dila, I'm going to do the things. Shanice, let's talk about your journey. And I think for me, just share a moment where when you knew that this is for me, when you knew or had an aha moment about your own journey, and how it connected to some of the gaps in your community. That moment that reinforced your purpose, your calling, and why you had to be part of this big and important work.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shanice, and I'm 22 years old, and I am a proud owner of a business called SJ Massages that I founded last year. It's in honor of my late brother. My journey wasn't actually quite easy to get to where I am because growing up I battled with psoriasis, which in primary school I got bullied for. So kids thought it was always contagious, so they never came close to me. They never wanted to touch me, and that it basically crushed my self-confidence for everything that I wanted to do. I couldn't go for it because I didn't want to stand out because standing out always made me a target. So that fear carried with me straight into high school, where I only found a sense of purpose once I met my two best friends in grade 9, and they finally accepted me for me, and that's where my self-confidence grew only a little bit. But I never felt, I still was in that background where I felt like I can't do anything for myself because there's always going to be that one person that's going to tell me in the back of my head, you can't do such things. So then, and in school, I did math and physics as well. So I was actually I did quite well in school. But came close to the end of grade 11, so then my brother had fell sick, and he made me a video that he said, in that video he told me that he wants me to work hard and always go for my dreams because at the end of the day, he believes in me and what I can do. And he also told me that I need to open my own business so that I could pay for his hospital bills and everything like that. So, but then after that, I decided that, so in matric, 2 days into my matric, he passed away, and that's when everything fell apart for me, basically. So my grades dropped, and so did my hopes of anything else. My dream was to become a sports massage therapist and a sports physio. And my matric marks dropped so bad that I didn't get marks to go to university, but my marks was good enough to pass, and I had no hope left. That's when a friend of mine asked me if I can go with him to BPS, and I never knew anything about the program, but they introduced me to the program and they told me all about it, and I decided I'm going to give this program a shot with no confidence at all. I didn't even have the confidence to do this and speak in front of people a few years ago. And when they helped me then sign up for courses that I could pay for myself, so I didn't have to go to university for it. I got my qualifications, and what they did at BPS was also, they found a local business in Atlantis that was looking for an intern, and then I went for an interview, I got the internship, and 2 months later they made me a permanent worker at their business. And then I worked there about 2 years, and then that business relocated, and that's where I did the boldest thing I've ever done, and I decided I'm going to open my own business. So and I opened it in honor of my late brother because he was the one that told me, go for your dreams. So I did that. And it's been a year later, and my business is really successful right now. When I decided I'm going to open my own business, I went back to BPS, and they helped me with business trainings, and they opened me up to organizations that provided me funding for my business and one-on-one mentorships and everything. And they helped me straight through that timing to open my business. And that's why I could stand here today and say, I still don't have that much confidence, but I have enough confidence to speak to everyone here today and say this is what my journey was. So yes, and the moment where I felt that I had that achievement, that I've achieved something, was when I had my first real client when I was by that internship. Like, it wasn't someone that I practiced on or someone that can give me marks back. It was someone that actually paid for my services. And when they were finished, they looked at me and they said, that was awesome. They loved it so much. They were so relaxed. And I looked at their face, and that's when I knew this is actually what I was meant to do, because that feeling that I had, I don't want to do anything else. So that is how I knew that going to BPS was the best thing that I could have done for myself, because now I'm here today and I'm speaking in front of everyone.
And you're running a business.
Yes.
I love that Shanice keeps looking at herself on the screen like, that's me. My story matters. I belong in this room. And well done on everything you've achieved. I think there's something to be said. I think Lolo spoke about the value of mentorship, but also the value of sponsorship and coaching. And now you're saying your brother said you can do it. So somebody who can reflect brilliance back to you. It can be a man or a woman, as long as you have enough time. Let me just go to Cindy, and maybe we'll come back to you. Do you want to just wrap, okay, quickly?
I just wanted to say, something that I really learned throughout this journey is that your pain doesn't have to be your end of your story. Your pain can be the beginning of your purpose.
I'm glad we gave you an opportunity to say that. Your pain can be a point of departure for your success. I love that. Cindy, let's bring you into this conversation. Cindy is in the agri-space. She's an agripreneur. She's a farmer. And we all know how challenging that space can be for young women. Talk to us about those challenges and what you believe could be done to effectively address them in a targeted manner, specifically for young women.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cindy Swa. I am from Nyanga, a place that I usually say that I regard it as a butchery, a house of slaughter, because of it is known as a dangerous place. People where they have no hope, and people that have lost hope in everything in their lives. But then I am so proud of myself to call myself that I am one of the people who was able to prove that you can be anything in life, regardless of where you come from. I'm also an alumni of Yebo. I actually got my strong foundation from Yebo 2018 when I dropped out of university due to some personal issues. I joined Yebo, and to be honest, that's where I actually got my self-esteem back from Yebo. And that's the year.
Take your time, Cindy. Yeah, if we can please give her a round of applause, thank you.
In 2018, I lost my grandmother.
She's okay. Okay.
Take a deep breath. Talk.
Sorry about that, guys.
Do not be sorry. Do not be sorry.
2018, I lost my grandmother. She was the only person that I knew in life. And that's the year I was told at home that I need to drop everything. Now, shit is real, sorry for my language, that I need to go and find a job, work, and start to be a big girl. I thought they were harsh, but then it was reality.
Cindy, one of the principles of trauma-informed approach is not to re-traumatize anyone. I'd like to give you 5 minutes just to sit. Your story matters, but I don't want us to re-traumatize you. And when you are ready, you will let me know, and we will continue. One thing about storytelling is that we don't want to tell the story from the wound. We want to tell the story from the scar. But there are moments like this where you just remember. Where you remember. So we'll give her some time when you are ready. Sidika, we met probably at 8 o'clock this morning. Girl, you still standing?
Barely.
Let's move over to you. You are part of the Maths Mom program. You're here, sitting here today as an alumnus. Tell us about why, yes, girl, why interventions and programs like this are important, not just for the individuals, but shaping a future for the communities.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Ek weet of ek my so hot like, it's been a long day. So I come from a community called Bishop Livers. It's a community rich in strength and resilience. There's a lot of potential, but very little initiatives that give them the opportunity om my uit te bring. Okay, so I was raised by a single mother. My father wasn't up to the challenge. I had wonderful grandparents, a stepdad who sadly passed on, but gave me a lot of insights and lessons to carry throughout my life's journey. I think as any young person in our community, if you look at all the violence and crime and things, you don't really actually look forward to pave a way out for yourself because you don't know what you want to do. You don't even know if you're going to see tomorrow. That's how dangerous it is. And I think looking at my people in the crowd, if it wasn't for initiatives like Math Moms and Year Beyond, and my mother that was so motivating and stuff, I don't think I would be the person that I am today. Fresh out of matric, you don't know what you want to do. You are someone that feels like you are too much. Like I was told from a young age, and then you just full to feel, and there's nothing to look forward to. I could remember when I came for the interview for Year Beyond, Auntie Sonia looked at me and said to me, "Say, you are worth it, that you are enough, and that you are more than just your pain and your trauma and everything in the past. And that there is a future, greatness can come from you." And it was because of those very words that day, just to know that someone else sees you, that someone else is saving the space for you. Do you know how much that meant to me from where I come from? And from that very moment is when I rediscovered who I was, that I wasn't just someone who was a bit broken because of a dad who didn't want to be a part of my life and all of those things, that I actually do have other people. And that is the biggest thing for us as young people, that you want that guidance. And initiatives like Math Moms and Year Beyond, they are making a tremendous difference. If you look at our parents in the community, there is so much pain and trauma there. So how are they going to, they carry that over to the child. We, from my experience from working as a tutor, always think that kinders kan nie goed te verstaan nie because of their age, but they can. The child carries the silence of the parent. And I know I was that for my mom. That responsibility and that weight of her, because the same thing happened to her. It's a generational thing.
Absolutely.
And that's something tough. And that is Math Moms changes that. They give hope and they upskill not just the learners, but the parents to be better. Yeah. And imagine upskilling a mom in a community.
Girl.
They aren't just making the future better for their own children, but for every single child in the community. And Math Mom says that they want to offer a space where a child feels seen, heard, and loved, and that they matter, that they are important. And imagine if we raise our youth like that. How will our communities look?
Very different to what they look like right now. Phew. There's something so powerful you said about the narratives we embody. Not from what we were told, or not just from what we were told, but what we've seen other women, our moms, embodying too. That's, sense of doubt, self-doubt, limitation, and what happens when we start changing those role models and having access to them. Cindy says she's okay. I'm going to give you an opportunity to just, I think you were starting to wrap up, just share your last thoughts. Let's give her a round of applause, absolutely.
So as I was saying, 2018, so I started as a yabone and I worked as an after-school practitioner. From there, I worked in an organization also as a school after-school practitioner, where I created safe space for orphans and young vulnerable children. It was a traumatizing job, but then I loved it because I knew how it is to not have a free space, a safe space, and those kids, the way they trusted me with their secrets and all that. And then from there, 2022, Harambee had a leadership. That's where my journey of being a urban farmer started. And I started as, I wanted a job, but then I didn't know that it will become a calling. Now I have my own space in a school nearby. I have my own community garden. Whenever I feel like I am in a dark zone, I just go to my garden, and whenever I plant something, there's something that just heals inside me. And by selling a bunch of spinach for 10 rand, it makes a difference at home. And also, by giving back to the school, it also gives me hope that I add nourishment to the kids at school. For now, I have no funding. I work weekends. So whatever money that I make sure that I have money for seedlings if I need seedlings. I have money for anything that I need for my garden. And that has helped me to not get depressed by depending on people and also searching for a job, because searching for a job is very depressing in South Africa.
This is true. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Cindy. You've touched on so many points. I feel like we would need another breakout room just around lack of funding, but also the issue of the garden, planting something that will outlive you or that will benefit you, your family, households, community, society, and just the challenges in the agri-space. I know that in our research, we found that the new and emerging sunrise sectors offer opportunity for us to correct some of these inequalities. Lesego, I've been asked to wrap up, but I want to give you your time to shine also. You are in the last mile delivery space. Talk to us about what's emerging for you there and some of the barriers that you're facing and the kind of support that would really unlock this sector for young people.
Good afternoon to everybody. I am Lesego Mohapi. I'm going to keep it nice, brief and short, I promise. I am originally from Johannesburg, and I moved down to Cape Town for the love of innovation and entrepreneurship and leadership as well. I am studying business administration, and I'm a finance major, investments major as well. And within my college, first year, I had to manage waitressing, full-time waitressing, as well as studying, and it was quite a challenge, you know, like, working and schooling, it's honestly, it's tremendous. But anyway, moving on in my second year, I was introduced to, through my college also, I was introduced to YBC, which is Your Bike Club. And oh my goodness, I love this learnership program to bits because they speak to me holistically. They are all about last mile delivery, entrepreneurship skills, financial stability, sustainability. It's not only about mobility as a whole, but it's about what is your business? Where do you stay? Let's take your business, let's introduce you to mobility, and you deliver your product from A to B. how wonderful is that for females? I know a whole lot of females, especially in my college, who are business inclined, who are innovative and creative, waiting to be heard, but they don't have that confidence, and that's what YBC has done for us, and it still is continuing to do for us, Our workshops speak on entrepreneurial skills, we sit down in class. We know it's boring to have a lecturer stand there and preach the whole time, so they speak to us and they say, gather yourselves in groups, and within that, we welcome young voices to speak on their problems of townships, and through that, we have, helped them out by introducing them to mobility, introducing them that your story matters, your ideas matters. This is innovation, this is entrepreneurship. Let's take this some way to understand. And I know the stresses in last mile delivery, it's, women cannot be in this space. It's all the stereotypes, all the gender bias that, what are you guys doing? You guys are setting yourselves up for failure. You guys are setting yourself up for danger and all of that. Let me tell you something, honey. That is a lie right there. That is a lie, and you make capital from this. Do you understand? It's something different, and it spoke to me because it's motorbike. I'm one person who skates, so in college they know me. I'm skater girl. So when mobility came and I was like, oh, we get to get learnership in, not learnership, learners in mobility. We get to learn, how to deliver and how to ride motorbikes. And I was like, this is speaking to me. And I was like, I will definitely. And then with my energy throughout. Oh yes, I forgot to mention that one of the founders is sitting right there, Miss Sasha Parker. Please do give her a round of applause. As I wrap up, yes. So she also recognized my creativity and innovation, and she asked me to take over YBC socials and LinkedIn, Instagram, and all of that. And throughout my journey with YBC, I've also graduated to become a facilitator, also sharing my experiences with YBC, with other females, and just empowering other females to start their own businesses within their townships. And that's how we also curb safety and security. You're operating in your own township, you are facilitating engagement within communities, so you're raising awareness that, hi guys, I'm here. If you need anything, this is my business. And you also, feel safe and you feel whole within your community. So that's how we curb some things of safety. God, we can do this. We have females, we can do this delivery stuff.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Lesego. I think that piece around stereotyping and just saying, oh, this is not for women, and you're changing that. You and many other women in various male-dominated sectors. We're going to close the session. And I'm going to ask each one of these incredible women to end off with just, if you had a superpower, or, you do have superpowers, but if you could position one thing on top of the agenda, these women are going to write papers, they are going to discuss further, they're going to take this to the G20, all our leaders. What is that one issue that you would like to put on the agenda, or one issue that you would like to see changing? I'm going to start with you. Vuyo.
One thing that I'd like to see change in our communities is give youth more opportunities, support programs like Year Beyond, because it provides a sense of community. And Year Beyond says, come as you are, be as authentic as you can be in our space. And that's one thing that we can invest more in.
Hashtag, thank you so much. Come as you are, don't change anything, don't leave your community. Come as you are. Cindy?
I think that I always hear myself that actually it's something that it's a wisdom that I gained from my grandmother, that you are your only shortcut in life. You wait for no one. And if there could be mentors, people who avail themselves where I come from, because if I've never been a curious person in life, I would have been into drugs. I would have been a victim of rape or something, just because I have a lot of people in my family who are victims of that. Just avail yourself, be there, be kind.
Ooh, avail yourself, be there, and be kind. Thank you, Cindy. Caitlin?
For me, it will be more opportunities, available opportunities for everyone.
Opportunities, opportunities, opportunities. And sometimes we use this big word, but jobs. Jobs. Shanice?
I would have to say that I would want governments to maybe offer more funding to people that young females that would like to start their own businesses, so that there's more of a platform for people to get their dreams out there.
Thank you. More funding towards the informal economy or the informal sector with a very tailored and targeted approach. Lesego?
I would say unlock confidence in every female, you know? I look at males and how ego they are, and I'm like, this is nothing but confidence, honey. And we need to have the confidence to stand up for ourselves, to negotiate on our salaries, the confidence to empower others, the confidence to start businesses and be innovative and, you know, be sustainable within this country.
Love that. Start with unlocking that confidence, and then you'll see where that takes you. We're going to close with you, Sarika. One final thing sitting on your heart.
I think if I look at all of the people in this room, there's so much powerful women here. And I think taking that into consideration, if we look at our communities, there's a lot of potential. There is so many women there who can do so much if they are given the opportunity. And I would agree to say, like, if there was initiatives like Math Moms and Year Beyond and anyone else in the room, in every community that we know, what difference would that make? But also, what that safety? Because we can actually change one mind, one heart, one person at a time.
And on that note, I would like you to please give these incredible women one last round of applause. Perhaps from my end, the only challenge I have is to say, please do not leave us till the end when everybody has left. Please incorporate young people's voices throughout the program, not just when we are talking impact. Include them when we're thinking about what impact could look like. But I appreciate, Mama. Thank you so much for the opportunity and the privilege. And we will be back next year to check progress. Thank you so much. Oh, I think they want to give you something. Apparently, there are incredible gifts for you brilliant women. Huh? Oh, I think...
I want Cindy to remain on the stage, please.
Okay. Will you come closer? Take a picture of you guys. Let's just take a quick picture.
Cindy, come. Wait. I want to say in closing, we are really led. Thank you, our moderator. This is the leader of today, not tomorrow. We always say that young people are the future leaders, but she demonstrated leadership now as she was leading us. Cindy, in my other life, I used to be the convener of Young South African Women in Dialogue. And also, I'm the founder of Youth in Agriculture and Rural Development. The program is now deployed in all the provinces, including the Western Cape Provincial Government. In fact, YARD was launched here in the Western Cape. And through you, Prof. Nanya, I'm taking the leadership role to mentor her. I'm taking the leadership role to open any door for her as we move forward, because we are responsible for the leadership that Cindy has demonstrated on this platform. the vulnerability, because all of us as leaders, we've got to have to be vulnerable. And pain is the start of your success. And today, all your doors will be opened. Those tears that you have will be wiped off. So we'll exchange numbers. Thank you very much, Cindy. These are your mothers. So don't think that you don't have a grandmother. You don't think that you don't have a mother. We are your mothers today. SWSA, I'm sorry, Women 20, we're adopting you. Thank you so much. We've closed the session on a higher note. And I think it was God's timing for her to be vulnerable in front of us. Because she says that when she's got a dark moment, she goes to the garden. But that dark moment was exposed in front of us as mothers, so that we can take that initiative of actually supporting her and show love. Because Ubuntu says that a child of a community is a child within the community. Mothers should embrace that child in that particular community. So Cindy is a child within the Women 20 community. So as mothers, we're actually embracing that vulnerability and showcasing love to her. And thank you very much on this session. And our young leader has actually reprimanded us that next time we must not have the session of young people last. Prof, Prof, we've heard the session. We must make sure that we start with them. They own the stage next time. And then we close with the elderly people, because they now know the way. And young people must lead us. With those words, I'd like to say thank you very much. Prof was going to do vote of thanks. It's you. Yes. I would like to call Prof to do the vote of thanks. And this is our end of session for the last 2 days that were really exciting. But I don't want to take Prof's time and mention a lot of exciting things that we saw in the platform. But it was really exciting for me to network, to communicate, to see faces that I saw when I was still like Cindy. Being vulnerable in platforms and now showcasing leadership. So I think for me, this is a community of women, a community of leaders globally that embraces one another. And would like to say to all of you that have attended, you are flying the flag of women globally. So you are representing every woman that is actually not in this platform, but you're representing them globally by actually making sure that the decisions that are taken here are going to be shared to the leaders of G20. Prof, thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy. And you're the first person I'm going to thank. Thank you for your support and your wisdom and the love that you have just shown, which is the very core of your being. And I think that's what Women 20 want to represent. We want to be able to embrace ourselves and other women in ways that make us better people and make the world a better place. And we serve as women. We care and we serve. And there are a number of women behind the scenes who are unfortunately not in the room, who have been working tirelessly to get you here, to make sure that you have a good time. And I would like to sincerely thank my team for everything that they've done, for everything that they've sacrificed for the last few months to get us here to where we are now. Thank you to the photographer. Thank you to the sound people, Tabo. Yeah. Antonio. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Even the men are precious in this room. So it's time, I think, to wrap up. Apologies to the youth for putting you last, but everybody was very late this morning. So it's not necessarily the organizer's fault. I hope that you have a wonderful evening, that you travel home safely, and that you'll remember this event for a long time to come. And we will see you at the summit on the 12th to the 14th of October.
you.